Hello, and welcome to another episode of Outta Stanton. It's been 3 weeks. I think I'm quite sure this will be the last one of 2021. Um,
I'd say it's safe. That's a safe bet,
Same
given
bet,
that we're
yeah. No, well,
what,
I mean,
like
we're at the end. It's
2
very
weeks
close,
away.
but also there's no more content from Star Citizen.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
do expect 316 to drop and potentially a new vehicle, which we'll mention. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the year has come to an end. Crazy to think about, but it's happening,
It does really feel like it flew by. I don't know.
right? I agree. Okay, so as you guys usually know, uh, we're not in the pre-show. There we go. As you guys usually know, we're gonna sit here for a couple of hours, talk about Star Citizen, what
A
happened in
couple of hours. Let's be
couple
honest. There's a
times
lot to
a
talk
couple of
about.
hours. Yeah, there's a lot to
Yeah.
talk about. I think mostly just like last time, we're gonna stick in the news and ICSCL territory because it's been 3 weeks and quite honestly, a lot of things happened for SE. Is also the end of the year, and yeah, there's gonna be a lot to talk about. Then we're gonna end this one with our our thoughts about the year. That's gonna be our topic, and then our imagination station will be actually the things that we would like to see in the next year, which obviously imagination station, so we're going to let ourselves be a little bit wild there.
Yeah. Go a little bit more unrealistic
Yeah,
than we usually are.
who knows, maybe we predict the future, you never know. uh well, it's not scripted, that part. Like, I don't even know, maybe we're going to be like super boring or whatever. Who knows. All right,
Yeah.
so before we start with the serious stuff, usually we go over like what we did. It froze again, huh? But I think the sound is okay.
Yeah.
So what we did in the past couple of weeks, and I've been super busy with figuring out what's happening with my job at Wargaming, uh, going through the getting the visa and all that stuff because I'll need to move to Czech Republic. Um, Obviously, super excited about that. We talked about it last time a little bit, and yeah, that I mean, I've been streaming a little bit still. I think this is my last month of streaming now for real. Even if I continue streaming, I don't think it's going to be on Twitch ever, or for the time being. I'm not really having good times with Twitch. I've been pissed off at them again a couple of times, which I don't even want to talk about here. But apart from that, I watched a movie, which is kind of crazy because it's been a while since I did something like that. So I actually stopped everything I was doing. I watched a movie, which I don't know the name now, but it was with Sandra Bullock. It's something new produced by Netflix, I think, and it was a great movie. I can put the link in it. She's like, I what I like about this one is it I think it's based on a true story. It's very like heavy one, but Sandra Bullock looking like someone who has her age, like perfectly normal looking, like no makeup, looking like a 25-year-old or whatever. But like, actually, it actually struck me, and I went back to watching some TV shows. Um, so The Expanse is back, season 6. I'm waiting for the whole season to come out. Luckily, cannot get spoiled much because I've read the books. Witcher is back, which, holy moly, I am still on that. But man, they upped their game. I'm not gonna spoil anything,
You know what I
but
think it is?
huh?
I think their budget, their
The
budget
budget, yep.
is a lot higher this
My
year.
God, like the
Yeah.
monsters look. Woo.
Yeah.
However, whoever played Witcher games and read the books like me, man, Triss like doesn't look anything like Triss Marigold, which is a big heartbreaker for
Yeah.
me. Ciri doesn't look like
I did
Ciri.
not like Triss.
Vesemir,
Siri
like,
looks like Siri.
no, shit doesn't. Vesemir, Ciri is too sweet. I don't know. It's not Ciri. Ciri is crazy. Ciri is nuts. Vesemir doesn't look. It looks okay,
Oh,
but he
see, I
doesn't look
think they
like
nailed
Vesemir.
Vesemir.
Are
I
you
think they
serious?
nailed the casting with
We were
Vesemir. Yeah,
laughing
yeah.
yesterday how bad like it is.
Oh,
I think
no, see,
Geralt is really good, and that's like the only one that I'm okay
see,
with.
the funny thing is like when they first rolled out The Witcher previews for the first season, I took one look at him and was like, he's way too pretty. Like Witcher's supposed to be scarred and grizzled. And like again, like I just came from playing the games and reading the books and stuff like that. And then I
Yeah,
saw like Henry Cavill and I was like, that is a terrible casting.
yeah, but they messed
But
him
like,
up enough
yeah, yeah.
with
They
makeup.
yeah, he definitely he fits the role for me now. But
Oh
no,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I thought
Voice as
Vesemir
well.
was a great Triss, whatever, I don't care because I didn't like her in the books. I didn't like her in the games,
Oh,
so I
she's my
don't care.
favorite character.
I know. Yeah. No,
Uh,
we've already had this
oh yeah, yeah,
discussion.
we
I
did, we did,
liked
we did.
Yennefer, you hated Yennefer.
Oh my god,
I
Jennifer,
hated
what a
Triss, you
bitch.
like Triss.
uh, but yeah, all in all, man, it's even if you don't care about Witcher, like even the first episode, oh, the when you see the movement, the motion of the monsters and everything, oh,
Yeah.
it's really
Yeah.
good. And
I'm
then
only on episode 2 right now, so like yeah, I got a lot to
I'm a
go and I'm
bit
pretty excited
ahead,
about it.
but I'm not. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I'm obviously we're not a spoiler. We're not a spoiler podcast. You don't ever have to worry about that. Cowboy Bebop, man, have you maybe watched it?
I loved it and I was heartbroken that it got canceled or not renewed.
Have you watched? Have you watched the anime?
The original, yes,
Yeah.
many, 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 many times.
Wow. So I didn't. I never did. I tried like a month ago or so, a few weeks ago. Watched one episode. I was like, I'm just not an anime person, and I really wanted to like
It's
it, but
older anime too, right? Like it's, like it's from the 90s. Like it's not modern anime
here's the
even.
thing, though. I loved the Netflix one.
Yeah.
I think it's great. I feel like, and we're gonna be destroyed because of this, obviously, because it's probably very unpopular opinion. But
Yeah.
the thing is, I thought I like it because I don't have that connection with the OG anime. I think that's what people are finding. But I kind of feel like I'm watching an anime movie. I feel like they
Yeah.
did manage to
Yeah.
transfer that
See,
atmosphere in a way,
yeah,
and
like
the
I
actors are
read
good.
I read a bunch of the reviews and obviously it's different than the original. But I think they did a really good job of staying true to it in a lot of ways. And I really liked it. I really liked the stylized like fight
Yeah,
scenes.
everything
I
is like
liked
over the top, and but
I love the stylized backgrounds and stuff how you're constantly seeing like weird amalgamations of like 1950s era cars and planes kind of mixed
yeah.
in with sci-fi. I thought it was great. I loved it. I was
What about
yeah.
the spaceship that they're flying in?
I
It's
love the
so good,
Bebop. Yeah.
man.
And I love
Yeah,
Spike's
Bebop.
fighter craft.
Dude, I don't
That was
know
like spot
how.
on to the original.
And if you're a Star Citizen fan, watch like first two episodes if you have Netflix. If nothing else, to see Bebop, the spaceship, right?
Mhm.
It's oh man, even the jumps and everything. They're not flying it a lot, but there's the atmosphere on board. It kind of reminds me of Freelancer in a way. There's a one
Yeah.
scene where it like
Well, the
lands
gates,
in the
right?
water. Oh my god,
Yeah.
it's so good. yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I am really confused with like I finished the show and tomorrow I woke up and on my phone on like Google News I saw that it's canceled and I'm like, what? I did not see this one coming.
I didn't see it coming too because I loved it so much. And again, like then I went online and I'm seeing just like it's just getting shit kicked by fans and reviewers alike, and I don't get it. I don't get it. I really liked it, but yeah, apparently most people didn't.
Good music as well. That mix of like blues and jazz
That
and whatnot,
yes,
which
that
is
I will say though, the original was better. Like the music in the
oh okay.
original was just fucking great. And the way it like tied in with the fight scenes and stuff like that.
Mm.
Oh, like
But in
did you
general,
actually
like
watch the first episode in the anime?
I did watch the first two episodes. I did not like.
The
I
one with
watched it.
the one with the red eye
Yeah,
drug or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Like I
And chicken
like
noodles and
the
or whatever noodles.
like
Beef.
the
Yeah.
fight scene or the The fight scene music when he's, like, kicking the shit out of the, like, the drug addict guy for the first time,
Yeah,
very Bruce Lee, like, martial arts
absolutely,
style,
Bruce Lee. Yeah,
and,
yeah, yeah.
like and the music that's happening at the same time was just like, "Oh, it's
It's
so
spot on.
good."
It's spot on.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I hope there's some petition going on now that. But anyways, like the reason I wanted to bring this up and why I remember it is because if you're playing Star Citizen, regardless, like I'm really not an anime fan, although I do like Robotech, for example. But you the ship, there's some moments where you're like, oh man, like it hits that, like we're all a little bit crazy, like all of us playing Star Citizen in that way where we can lose ourselves in this like space life imagination, whatever.
Mhm.
And it hits that spot a couple of times where they're like, back from bounty hunting on the ship,
Yeah.
everyone's doing their shit on board, fixing
You
it,
know what
jumping.
you know what I love about that ship too, and that's something I really wanna see more of, and we will probably see more of this in Star Citizen as well, is, like, it looks worn and
Oh yeah,
busted up and lived in and, like
used.
and because they're broke, it's poorly maintained, and, like, I just think that gives the ship so much character, and I can't wait to start seeing shit like that in Star Citizen where it's like,
It shows its age.
yeah,
Yeah, it's so
shows
good.
its age and, maybe shows that, like, these people are maybe down on their luck a little bit and the inside of the ship kind of reflects that. And yeah, it's great. Anyways,
Yeah, I found another thing to watch because all of these things that I kind of stopped watching movies and TV shows because I usually do something on my rig, either if I don't know streaming, then I'm playing a game or or editing something or whatever. And I have usually some media on my other screen, so it's either some podcasts or YouTube videos or TV shows that I've watched like 10,000 times, like BoJack Horseman, or something to go
yeah,
with it.
yeah,
And these I have to stop, turn everything off, and watch. Which I used to do this a lot, usually with my significant other. But since that time, like I just don't stop
yeah.
everything I do to watch a TV show.
It's
Ca-
pretty rare to get a TV show that's high enough caliber these days, I think, to
Yeah.
like really grab you, you know?
In the last year, it happened to me once, and it was Lupin, which I think I told you. I don't know if like, but Lupin is a French one on. I think it's also on Netflix. But yeah, with Witcher and Expense, I have to. And Bebop actually took my attention fully, like it was not
Yeah,
intended.
yeah,
However, I did go back and I'm watching House MD, Dr. House, which
yeah,
I caught every now and then on TV and I would stop and watch, just like Friends or whatever, like, and, but I never watched it like as a TV show with series and like, seasons and everything. So that's my second screen TV show now.
yeah. That one's definitely second screenable, especially if you're gonna like be watching it repeatedly. It does kind of get old, gets pretty repetitive.
Oh, I don't think I'm gonna
But that's
watch it ever
actually
again.
really
But like,
that's good. That's really interesting that you are saying that because literally, like Kim was sitting next to me not like an hour ago with an episode of House going. Yeah, it is what it
it's
is.
chill. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's so
yeah.
not chill, but it's at the same time, it's kind of chill.
It's funny when you were talking about, like, watching movies and stuff like that because for me, like, man, like, I just movies have almost because of COVID and, like, theaters being shut down and whatever, I feel, like, so
Mm,
disconnected from movies these days. Like, I don't know what's coming out ever. I don't know,
I
like,
have no clue.
I like, and I so, yeah, I'm just, like, I feel like I've kind of just lost my I don't even know, connection or maybe even a little bit of interest in movies. Like for me, I like the long form storytelling of TV shows that are done well.
I like that. Well, we grew into that, I guess. The
Yeah,
movie that I watched is called Unforgivable. I just found it. Netflix kind of threw it at me. It's like real world drama with the twist that I usually see through these things, but I didn't see it coming.
hmm.
And it
Well,
made me
that's something.
cry. It made me cry like a lot. And
Hmm.
whew, it's good. It's
That's
good.
cool.
And I didn't expect it because I kind of dig Sandra Bullock. There's some movies where she plays which I like, but I don't take it
Yeah,
as like super, heavy emotional. movies. I watch them on the second screen, right? Like kind of, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I respect her, and but oh my god, this smashed me in the head. Like I was like, oof, okay.
Hmm, interesting. Okay. I'll have to throw that
Don't want to spoil it. It's a new movie, so but yeah,
yeah.
it's interesting.
I'll have to throw that in the list and see if I'm ever feeling a movie or whatever. If
Yeah.
I'm not, then either Leah or Kim will. They like watching movies way more than I do. The only movie that I'm looking forward to right now is the new Top Gun.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Ah,
I don't even care. I don't even care. It's fighter planes. It's gonna be
yeah,
awesome. That one, I really hope that theaters are open for that one because I would pay to see that one
I
in
think we're
giant
getting
screen.
we're getting back to that. So
Yeah.
hopefully we are freezing a lot today. Screen. I hope the sound is okay. I don't really understand what's happening. I thought it's OBS Ninja, but like yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Um, I'll have to rewatch and I hope it's gonna be fine. But as long
Hopefully
as
the audio.
audio is
It's
okay,
been
I don't mind.
yeah, it's been okay previously, so
Yeah.
hopefully it stays that way. As for what I did, I've been playing Star Citizen quite a bit. Um, but just kind of casually, just kind of enjoying being able to like, have a variety of things to do. Though I will say that the whole bounty mission thing where they take forever to spawn and then they take forever for the mission to update and you have to do little workarounds like jumping away and then jumping back and stuff like that. It just makes me go, "Pfft," I don't really, so mostly I'm just like kind of I haven't mined in a long time, but I've been having fun mining, mainly because I combine mining and low flying in a prospector, which
What
is
the
pretty fun.
hell, dude?
Yeah, it's so fun. The prospector does not like to fly, but it's
No.
fun when you can make it fly.
It, I went to like Iron Halo a couple of times, and even there, I if I overshoot, I'm like, oh no, like it's not
It's
good.
see, that's one of the things. That's why I don't really like asteroid mining. I find it really boring. But if I'm able to like, kind of cruise a couple feet above the ground and like dodge through rocks and stuff like that, it makes it entertaining when I'm moving from rock to rock.
Maybe I should
So yeah.
revisit that. I don't know.
Yeah, well, especially like Lyria so far has been like very high concentrations
I
of
still don't feel like I know the
spontaneity and stuff
microtech
like that.
moons, man. Like that's how it's been
No, no,
how
no, this is
long now?
Arctorp.
I know,
Arctorp.
but what I'm saying is I never like I know moons of other
Oh,
planets
yeah.
very well, but like microtech, I know how I know their names
Yeah,
and
you're right,
roughly how
actually.
they look.
I
I don't
can't
really
think of the
know.
last time I've been to any of the
Yeah,
microtech
they
moons,
never took
which
off.
is
I think it's
unfortunate
because
because they were really pretty.
they're pretty. They're very pretty,
Yeah,
especially the one
I don't know.
with the ocean, right? And yeah.
I'll have to go out there, I don't know, just for giggles and, I don't know, fly around. So
Wait,
that's
did
been
I?
fun.
Is there two or three? Calliope, Euterpe,
I think there's just 2,
maybe.
but I don't know. I'd have to look it up. Like, that's how little
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
how little time I
Oh
spend out
my
in microtech.
god.
But, yeah, so that's been kinda fun, and then I attempted playing with a group, a friend of mine, who bought Star Citizen a long time ago, just rebuilt a monster rig, 3080, Ryzen 9 5900X. Uh, yeah, like
Nice.
just went all out on it, right? And he wanted to finally give Star Citizen a go, and I was like, okay, let's give this a go. Like, I just want you to know it's kind of like in a rough state, but So anyways, him and my brother and me hopped into a Redeemer, and kind of did a claim jumpers mission, and it took us a long time to do because of all the spawning stuff, but it was still fun. Like, everybody's having fun in the gun turrets and stuff like that. And then we decided to try to do a bunker mission, and pulled out a Carrack, and that was kind of fun just because, again, like, Michael never seen and like a ship like that, so he was having a good time just kind of like exploring it, and
Definitely
went to go do a
impressive
bunch.
when you see it for the first time. Just like
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
these few ships that just like Reclaimer, for example. Like
yeah,
what the hell?
yeah.
Like it's
Well, the first time you step out into the hangar, right, and you just
yeah,
see
yeah,
this
yeah,
ship, and it just takes up the whole hangar. He was just like, "What the hell is this?"
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, so that was kind of fun. Like, you always get that kind of like, like you get a kick out of the new player WoW experiences, but at the same time, even though we had kind of fun, like we played for like 2 or 3 hours, and we only got that claim jumpers mission done. We went to go into a bunker mission, and couldn't complete it because one of the NPCs got stuck in a spawn closet, which happens
Oh my.
frequently in this patch. And we tried to loot some bodies by pulling them out to the Carrack, but they kept disappearing. So that, I don't know, it was still fun. Like we were still like laughing and shit, like pulling these bodies around, like trying to pull them up a hill to the Carrack because we forgot tractor beams and stuff like that. So it was still kind of fun, but at the same time it was a little bit depressing again to be like, it feels like every time I try to hook up and play with a group, it's it's more effort than it's really worth.
And you
But
for sure feel that like pressure of trying to make it better experience for them.
I didn't really care
Really?
honestly with that. I was just kind of like, let's just do this stuff. And
I
because
do.
like I think the reason you're right in that I probably would have cared if he was like getting frustrated about stuff. That probably would have kind of like spurred me to feel like I had to make it more fun. But because he was just having fun running
Mm.
around and like laughing at the bugs and stuff, it
Uh,
didn't really
yeah,
yeah, I
I
didn't
guess
really
you're
feel
right.
like I had to make the game perform, and I set the expectations accordingly beforehand. It's not like I talked up the game like, "Oh, it's amazing." I was like, "No, it's a buggy mess right now, but let's go,
Mm.
you know, check out some spaceships and see what we can do," right? But like, you know,
There is that
yeah,
like even flying with another person who you can talk to and whatever, it's just a chill experience in general.
yeah, yeah,
But at the same time, like when us who are playing quite a lot are playing on our own, chances of success are kind of higher because we know how
yeah.
to like avoid and what not to do.
Yeah,
However,
or again, like
sorry,
I
go for it.
just well, just like I'm just well, we talked about this in the pre-show. I'm not even bothering with bunker missions or bounties or stuff that I know is like, buggy and kind of like a mess right now. I'm just playing the aspects of the game that I know work and that I can just kind of do and still feel like I'm having a little bit of fun, Like and then when I get bored of it, I just go play another game, Like
Yeah,
um
yeah,
but yeah. Other
yeah.
than that, as far as like oh, sorry, go.
Well, I had like similar with Dorkite. He came back for like couple of sessions and just
Yeah.
we just couldn't accomplish anything, and he left. And I tried my zero to hero, and then if I mean, it's so silly. I thought I'm just like I just don't have it in me, but then I watched like Super Mac Brother Ryan, for example, is doing his zero to hero on several like different occasions, like one on the stream, one on YouTube. And he started with Mustang on YouTube, and he's like doing it in series. It's like at fourth now. Man, it can't do anything. It's just like you're yeah, it can. And I see his disappointment. He's really trying to make it, you know, explain it to almost like to himself and those who listen and watch, because he knows that it can be better, but it's such a rough experience. When the events turn the way they can, it's almost disappointing to watch. Actually, it's four episodes of like 40 minutes, and he just didn't accomplish a single thing because he doesn't want to do combat, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's rough. It can be rough. It
Yep.
can be okay at the
Can be
same
rough.
time, but yeah.
Yeah, but other than that, pretty much watching the same stuff you are, but I'm not watching the new season of The Expanse. I decided I need a refresher, so I'm starting and I'm gonna go through like season 5 again before I jump
I
into
did
season
that
6. So
already, yeah. But
yeah.
I'm not watching The Expanse. I'm gonna wait for because for some freaking reason, like Witcher came out the whole season,
Yep.
and it's like a standard now. But The Expanse is coming week by week. I don't
Yeah. Well, I've been
whatever.
watching The Wheel of Time too, which is definitely not as good as The Witcher, but like I read all the books when I was really young, or well, when I was I guess maybe a teenager. I think I was like 13 when I read the books first.
That's young.
And yeah, like it's that's I think they're doing a pretty good job at it so far actually. I mean, as far as you can like adapting the books to show. So that's kind of good. That's on Prime. And then the other one that I was going to ask if you'd watched was Arcane on Netflix.
Oh my god,
I
I
finally
did.
got around to watching that, and man, dude. That
it
is
hits.
amazing. That's
I
so good.
cried, bro.
Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
thing for me is, some of you guys know I play bass guitar. Well, Masa plays drums as well.
Yeah.
But I had this band, and we played music from and inspired by video games. That's all we did. And obviously, we played Vi and Jinx, because those were the first two songs that came to League of Legends. Is like really interesting, very good music, kind of,
Hmm.
that we really enjoyed.
See, I
And
know literally nothing about it. I've never
oh my
played
god,
League
I
of
need to
Legends.
give you
Like,
those. So it doesn't matter. And our vocal, like, she does not play League of Legends. We did at a time, but when she heard the music, she was like, "Oh, we have to do this." It's
yeah,
especially why it's so good
cool.
and so much power. And then one of
Yeah.
these songs actually happens in Arcane, and oh my god, it broke me. I was like, oh my, and it's such a, man. There's some shady stuff happening around Riot, similar to
Yeah.
Blizzard, unfortunately, which
Yeah.
is no
Yeah.
surprise because these are the
It's
same
just the
people.
yeah.
Riot is basically Blizzard, that like went out of Blizzard and created Riot, and then it bloomed from there. But their products, just like Blizzard products, are top of the line, right? Like, their games are just really really good and successful. But
Yeah.
man, the storytelling and the lore, this is what a lot of people don't understand. Like, lore in League of Legends it's very very deep.
Yeah.
And
I
now
had
with
no
Arcane,
idea.
they're connecting these storylines, which
Yeah.
a lot of people don't, because you need to read the lore. Like, there's a
Yeah.
lot. Every character has pages of lore and whatnot. And I'm that dumbass who actually tries to understand and put the world into perspective. Oh, this is totally not a TV show podcast, we promise.
Yeah.
But you watch Game of Thrones, right?
Yeah.
I realized something watching Witcher. I played Witcher, you did, but a lot of people are being introduced to it through this TV show, right? I also played the board game Witcher. We played it a lot, and I know how the world looks, like
Yeah.
Witcher world.
Yeah.
But I can't. I'm 100% sure that people who did not play the games and they're watching this show, they have no fucking clue where is what
What the
happening, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And you remember Game of Thrones starts with
The
the
map
start is the
overview. Yeah.
map. Yeah, and I realized yesterday when I was watching, I was like, that is so smart, because I know where Kaer Morhen is, right? So I
Yeah.
know where they're going and how far it is from Brokilon or whatever.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
someone who doesn't watch this, they have no clue. And then I realized, whoa, Game of Thrones did it so well, because you knew where the
That's a
wall
good
is, you
point.
knew where.
That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I never
Yeah.
even thought about
You
it
know where the Red
before.
Keep was. You knew
Yeah, you
where
know everything.
Winterfell
Yeah.
was. Yeah. Huh.
It's so good.
Yeah. That's a
Anyways,
good
it's
call.
such a tangent. What a surprise! But
Yeah. Yeah.
oh,
I don't know. That pretty much sums it up for kind of what I've been up to.
I saw some interesting pictures of some new lizards as well on Twitter.
Yeah.
Dragons,
Yeah.
sorry, dragons.
These guys are these guys are rescues. We're planning on kind of rehoming them. They're a rare morph of Beardy that honestly probably shouldn't exist. They're not a very strong genetic morph, and they have a lot of health problems. They're a scaleless breed. They're called silkies, and they're what happens when you breed uh, a leatherback morph to another leatherback morph. You end up with what are called silkies, and they're scaleless. And the problem with that is that without proper care and hydration and things like that, they have issues shedding, which means that a lot of times, like, they they'll get what's called stuck shed, and like they can lose fingers and toes and things
Oh
like
no.
that. They tend to dehydrate quicker because they don't have scales, and a lot of owners kind of don't know that, so they end up kind of dehydrating, which exacerbates their health issues. And yeah, a bunch of other things. I mean, on top of the fact that that they have bearded dragons have razor sharp little claws, and when you don't have scales to protect yourself, like interactions, even sometimes with your own body, can cause
Oh yeah,
injuries.
yeah, yeah.
Um, and we saw these two, and in on a reptile pet store's website, and contacted them because they weren't selling and they definitely were not looking healthy. They were missing toes and fingers already. Uh,
They
and
look
just kind
cute
of
though. The
contact
pictures I saw, they
yeah. Well, we contacted the owner and we're like, like, what's the deal with these guys? And they basically she said like I didn't really know what I was getting into when when I bought them from the breeder. I don't have the capacity because I'm running a whole store. I don't have the capacity to give them, the specialized care that they need. Um, you know, and basically we said, look, okay, like we'll take them, we'll grow them, and then we'll see if we can find a home for them with somebody who
mm,
knows that they're taking on something with like a little bit of extra care. So it's been an adventure because one of them is actually doing really well now that like we've done a course of like antibiotics on them because they had like signs of rot on their hands and stuff like that. Um but the other one, she's still very small. She's not eating very well. It looks like she has possibly some metabolic bone disease and stuff like that from not having proper UV and nutrition. But anyways, so that's kind of our new projects. We're not intending to like keep them full time. We're just hoping that we can kind of hopefully help
recover
them
them.
grow up
Yeah.
and recover and then find a home where somebody knows basically what extra care is going to be required for them to be healthy. So,
Well,
yeah, they are really cute.
they are.
We're really hoping the little one survives, but she's definitely not out of the woods yet. So yeah,
I did not know that. But yeah,
yeah,
I just saw the pictures and I was like, oh, these are amazing.
yeah. They're sisters, so they're able to kind of like share the same enclosure, at least right now because they're young and they are really cute. But yeah, like we're just hoping that we can kind of raise them up and you know have them be healthy instead of withering away in a pet store. But
Good
yeah,
luck with that. I had no
yeah,
clue. I had no clue.
yeah,
I
yeah.
hope it ends
Little
up
bit heavier,
good.
but
Yeah. All right. Are we ready for the news?
yeah.
Okay. News it is. And there's a lot. In no particular order.
Yeah,
It
no,
was
this
just, so
is
the way
yeah,
this works is we do have a script for these things, but as it these things come to mind, we drop them on the list and just go that way. So don't yeah, there's no it's not in particular order. The first one I have there, and we have IC and SEL section, but we're gonna start with it. It's a big one, I think, for both of us. So we had the end of the year IC with Jared. It's like maybe like 20 minutes or so where they went through the entire year from January to now, explaining to us how great this best year so far unexpectedly was. And I'll be honest, we usually say what we mean. Don't run away, don't escape, because both of us agree that this year brought some good things, and we're going to talk about that in our topic
yeah,
later. But this did not go well with me. I kind of I don't know what I expected. I kind of wish they had just a regular IC and they didn't do this year in review, because I would love them to, be kind of more open. This is like my personal point of view, right? More open and be like a little bit more like almost, I don't know, apologetic in a way, where like because we expected so much, and really this year when they put it in perspective, like from January to now, and add all these things on top of each other without saying anything bad, it sounds impressive. But in reality, whoever played the game and followed the game this year was I worse than the last one, and the last one was not too good.
yeah,
I-
yeah. Like I think that's kind of it. Like I just have real I have mixed feelings about this. Like, because on one hand, yeah, like the people who worked really hard on this game to get this stuff in should feel proud, and they should have
Oh,
something that
sure. I
showcases,
agree with that.
you know, that showcases what they can do. But it did feel, ah, this is going to be maybe overly harsh, but it felt a little bit. This is Star Citizen to
Mm,
me, like it felt like it was something that highlighted a whole bunch of things as if they were good things, but, like, didn't touch on any of the struggles or, you know, or or things that frankly didn't improve the game, like for example, they were patting themselves on the back for like the multi drop deliveries, which I think most people will agree made them worse. you
catastrophic.
know
Yeah.
so that's kind of the problem I had, but at the same time, like, I don't know, like, the video itself, I thought Jared really shone in it, like, as far as, like, his performance and
Yeah,
you
his
know
acting was spot on. There's no doubt.
yeah, and the way he delivered the lines was like, like, it was really he did a good job of making it feel like a real feel-good thing, but
Yes,
for
but
people who've kind of been in the trenches and playing the game, I just don't have as positive of a
you,
viewpoint as he does, I guess. Like,
you know,
uh,
Jared in
like
this
it
one,
felt like it was really rough year in a lot of cases, in a
yeah,
lot of senses.
we talked about the drought and everything, and how both of us were like, "Oh, we need something big to happen this year." And I don't know about you guys, but it did not happen for me. Definitely,
No, no, yeah,
and what happened in my mind is like I didn't know how I'm going to react if nothing happens, and now I know.
yeah,
I've toned down my expectations
yeah,
drastically for the
yeah,
future,
yes,
and I'm learning how to live with that. So I still love the game. I love the project. I'm excited for their success, and I will live through their failures. It's okay. I'm not turning my back to it, but my expectations and my trust is kind of gone even lower than it was. And Jared himself, while I love and respect this guy, um, um, it almost felt like he's one of those like door to door, traders trying to sell me a product, and he's really good. One of those you feel bad about, not buying it from here. Which, if you think about it, that's like that's almost his job, to give you this idea of this was a great year, because obviously that's their marketing. They're not
yeah,
CIG is
yeah,
definitely not someone who's going to say, well, it was bad but we're going to try better. No,
yeah,
they're always going to point out the good stuff, and that doesn't work for me. Like I hate that in general. This is not, and it's not only CIG, don't get me wrong. Like, this is, you just have certain types of marketing your product, and theirs is just pointing out the highs and not
yeah,
lows ever.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I don't think this has anything to do with Jared.
No,
It's his job. They tell him how they want this to look and feel, and I think he did
I'm sure
strike the
he has
feeling.
input,
Oh, for sure, 100%. But I mean, Jared is very, very passionate about the game. We all know that. Like, there's
Yeah,
no doubt
yeah,
he's not some random dude they're talking about Star Citizen. No, he is one of us, so to say. Even more than most of us, probably. But
yeah.
yeah, I kind of felt like he was selling me something I don't really want to buy.
Yeah, well, like, again, if I hadn't had the firsthand experience, I probably would wanna buy.
Well, that's
And
the
and
thing. Yeah,
that's kind of one of the problems I have, is that, is that if you just watch that, like,
this is
you
Star
get a
Citizen.
different picture about what it's actually like when you're in it, and when you're,
Yeah.
like, really following what's going on, and when you're really playing through the difficulties and the bugs and the, features that get put in, break something and then abandoned, and,
And
um
pushbacks, and a
yeah,
lot of
so
pushbacks.
yeah, like I said, mixed emotions with this one for sure, because
Definitely emotions, though,
yeah,
for sure.
like, again, and I think, I just to clarify again, like absolutely, I think that the teams that are working on the game are really putting their all into it. It's just, for me, like, from a gamer perspective, I think we said it close to the beginning of the year, like, like this is kind of the make or break year for me, and unless there's like some real kind of major changes and advancements in the way we play this game, something that moves it closer to what they've said is kind of uh the intended kind of uh I don't know, the intended
Sh-
experience.
yeah, or short term
I
like
just like
goals. Like,
I'm just like I have I have a limited amount of this is gonna sound crass, but I have a limited amount of fucks to give, and especially after CitizenCon came and went, to me, it just kind of made me realize that, like, okay, like the game that I want, the game that they're trying to put out is not is still not anywhere close. And it's not the developer's fault, like they're working as hard as they can. And I get that game development is really fucking hard, but for my own sanity, like I just can't, like for me it's going to kind of it's coming down to a point where it's like like I'm probably just going to be checking in less frequently and just getting less invested in the development kind of overall. Not again, not that not that I won't still be interested in following it. I still think that it's probably one of the only games I've ever experienced that's held my attention like it has.
yeah,
But you know, uh, yeah, it's
major toning down of expectations and like
yeah,
emotions
because like
towards it, kind of.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, like I don't. Yeah, I just
See,
I can't bring myself to care as much as I used to, Like I'm kind of at a point where it's like I can't really get super worked up about gameplay decisions that they make anymore or marketing decisions they make anymore because it's just, like it just is what it is and the game will come out when it comes out or it'll become more playable when it becomes more playable and
mm,
that is the reality, like
and I
it's
don't
not worth the
doubt they will.
emotional
Obviously,
investment anymore.
I don't think either of
Yeah.
us think that this is a scam or anything like that.
No, no, no,
No,
obviously not, yeah.
I do have to
But
point finger though, and I agree with you. I don't think this has anything to do with developers. I think the group of guys that are developing the game, or artists, or anyone, most of the people in the chain are an absolute superstars in a way of the industry, because there's two things, like, and we talked about this, and we might be able to in future have like an interesting input to that with someone else, but being exposed fully while creating something completely new,
yeah,
and getting constant flack, or zealous praise for no reason, just because people are
yeah,
invested, must be extremely, extremely difficult. And this is why um it's healthier for sure for any developer to work behind the closed doors, right, until their product is polished, which nowadays in general is not really a thing. There's almost no polished products, but not to go through every phase of
well,
development,
I mean, relative to Star Citizen, much more
everything is,
polished,
yeah.
but,
So every step of
it's
the way you get like slapped in the face, or whatever. But the so it's not, I don't have this like hatred towards them or anything. No, I think they're doing an amazing, impressive job, and in a way I'm still like
yeah,
proud of. There's only two games that I've been proud of playing, and one is Star Citizen and the other one is EVE Online. And and it's not because they're space games. One is because now, from a naysayer, I understood what the Star Citizen is, and I do believe in this, and I am a proud backer, let's say, of Star Citizen, who believes in the project. Same EVE Online, because not a lot of people make it through like
yeah,
first couple of months
I
or
didn't.
whatever. Yeah, yeah. So it gives you this like self confidence of, I can play this game, whatever. It's kind of stupid, but um, but the marketing, man, I keep saying this, like the way they market this game, they can suck my balls. I don't have any other way to say this. I hate what they're doing. This is their strategy. There's nothing. I don't expect them to change it or anything like that.
No,
I
because
just
it's
need to.
clearly working.
Well, it's working. Yeah, for something for sure. We don't know if it would work better if they were more honest or not. They probably know. Um, and I'm not judging it. It is what it is. I
Yeah.
fucking don't like it, and that's
Yeah.
where it is, right? So the way that they're marketing the game, and not to like, because they're not selling the product, but to us who are already invested, I feel I don't trust anything they say anymore, and that sucks, man. But I believe it's so funny. I don't trust them. Um, Mostly with the dates. I do believe they're trying to, you
You
know,
know, I think more so than the dates, I think the most recent kind of example we had of something that demonstrates that they aren't that the marketing side of things isn't worthy of trust is the recent shit show that was the Odyssey release.
we'll
Carrick
get to
Killer
there. We'll get to
edit
that.
closed,
Yeah,
but like
yeah.
yeah, I mean,
But I just think that it the biggest problem that I have with Star Citizen, and if they change this, I would be so much more chill with it. Is okay. Don't expect this game within the next 2 years, guys. It's not gonna happen. This will take 10 years or so, because it's the reality. Like there's no
yeah,
way, and they've been saying it became a meme, not
yeah.
for Star Citizen community, it became a meme for the whole fucking gaming industry. And
Yeah, yeah.
everyone knows, like, of course, obviously the developers know as well. The Everyone knows,
Yeah.
man. Like
2 years from release since 2014.
thank you, Nubifire,
Yeah.
for keeping the meme alive. But yeah, man, like that's something and then I gotta go back to this, and I promise we're gonna go back and talk about stuff that happened this year, because every year they do something really good, multiple things, obviously,
Yeah,
and they're
yeah.
not sitting on their butts and playing, I don't know, New World.
Or like the internet likes to say, just basically buying yachts and
Oh yeah.
yeah.
But for those who are in the game and play the game, we probably do it wrong anyways, but it is what it is. It just, since I started playing, which now the time is passing, dude. Like
What's it
nothing.
been, 2 years now?
Well, I think
3?
3, dude. It's been three
Yeah,
years since 317. So it's been a while. 37,
yeah.
sorry, not 317.
Oh, yeah, 3-7. Yeah, that
From
makes more sense.
37,
I was like, "Wait a
yeah.
second."
317 is not out, but yeah, since 37, and it's been. I mean, yes, some things. We just came there when I did when persistence came in, and sure they added like SSOCS, but it didn't do anything really. I mean, it did, but for us players, it did not really do much. And then
Yeah,
all these little things that changed, no, nothing really major happened. Now, when you look at the game back then and you look at now, I mean, arguably some things were better then, unfortunately.
yes,
But there are things that are better, and on a grand scheme, obviously, they're moving forward. There's no doubt about it. But the speed, man, like, and if they were open about it, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Just tell me, what's your real expectation for this? Don't sell me this 2 year bullshit. Like, who's buying it
I don't know.
anymore?
Well, I don't think anybody is, and we had this conversation kind of, off air, but, like,
Yeah,
I have like a split thing with respect to how much I'm trusting timelines. If Chris Roberts or Tony Zurovic is telling me timelines, I don't believe it. and
I know,
and
but
and those are the people that I think like those are the people that I think are guilty of potentially being more motivated by a marketing side than, for example, like a developer who says, I think this is going to take me 2 years because, as we already acknowledged, like game game
shit
development is
happens.
hard, and like we've already heard from like the network guys where they thought it was going to take this long. They opened up the code and said, "Shit, we're going to have to redo all of this,"
Yeah, of
and it
course.
took way
Shit
longer,
like that
right? Because
happens.
that's how that happens, right? Like I
Yeah.
don't think so. So if I hear like you know, a timeline from a particular dev and then it ends up taking longer,
I,
I'm willing to cut them slack because I get it,
yeah, yeah,
But
the
like
devs, I don't mind that.
CR,
Yeah, the
Tony Z,
heads of departments, man. Like,
yeah.
if head of a department tells me this is my expectation, we're gonna have Quanta in 2021. I expect that to happen. I'm just like, this is just out of my butt. Like, like, but if one of them tells me something, the problem is sometimes they tell you something that is, the moment they say it, it's obvious it's not going to happen. It's
Well, I
obvious it's
mean,
not going to happen.
at any rate, like from my perspective again, like regardless of it being obvious that it's not going to happen at all, I just think that like those kind of more senior people are going to be more susceptible to the image like of what they're saying, like and how it's going to be received by the public, how it's going to affect sales and marketing, etc., etc. So like those are the people I feel like are more likely to spin things in a more optimistic light because, because they're the ones who are looking at the bottom line. But,
And they have a lot of data. I just wish I could see the other side of this, where to like have this moment of, oh, that's why they're lying about it. Okay, now it makes
yeah.
sense. Because
Yeah.
from my perspective, it just doesn't make fucking sense. Anyways, we're gonna go into this ISC later. Again, we are getting 316 is on PTU. Last patch of the year. With 316, what we are getting is, I don't atmospheric bounties, which is interesting if it works. But I mean, it's time. It's okay, even if it doesn't work. I think it's, add them in. It's gonna be fun. And if it doesn't work, it's just Star Citizen. They're gonna work on it. New Gravlev rework. From what I've seen.
I kind of want to touch just
Okay,
like the
okay.
atmospheric bounties. I think like the missions themselves, like the concept of going down to a planet and fighting people like in the air on a planet or moon might sound like a whatever thing, but I do think that that
No,
is
I think it's great.
like a yeah, that's like a pretty solid technical achievement there because like they've been working on making it so that NPCs can
Yeah.
actually fly and not just fly into a mountain, like
Which we'll see if they made it or not, but
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, we'll see, I guess. But
Yeah.
like so that is pretty cool. Like,
It's
that
a
does
big
say
thing.
something about
I think
a
that's the
technical
biggest
kind
thing.
of step forward. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's the biggest feature of absolutely demolished 316.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Gravlev rework, which I am very salty about, but we're going to talk about that in Gravlev ISC as well. I've watched a lot of stuff. I never played PTUs, and I mean it's PTU. Let's see, but from what I'm seeing, even if it works, some people are super hyped about it. I just don't know why. It just doesn't
I
look
just
like
don't care.
something that would make me bring a Gravlev vehicle and be like, oh, I'm gonna use this. They just seem like death traps again, and just not really enjoyable. Like, if you sit in a very heavy, slow, let's say 400i or something, slow big ship, Connie, whatever, and you fly it, and if your sticks and whatnot, it's just kind of, you have this. Even though the flight model is not perfect, we're missing parts
Yeah.
and whatnot, it's still, there's this satisfying moment of landing, taking off, flying,
Yeah.
maneuvering. It's cool, man. It's really good, uh, and it's not even complete. But the Gravlev, I honestly, I'd rather sit into something that has wheels, because it just
Yeah.
doesn't feel safe.
It's I can see why some people like it.
Oh, I
And
want them.
safe,
I want them.
yeah, safe, okay, fair enough, but also it's PTU. But
Yeah.
I think I mean I don't want to judge too harshly on that either because like we've had the network and physics guys like talk about how like basically how the poor server tick rates really mess up like everything. Because what oftentimes is
Sure.
happening is like if you're desyncing into like a physics like a collision area
Yeah.
and you don't see it happening, but the server says it happens. So yeah, like I don't
And you
know.
see,
Like
big
I'm
bada boom.
reserving judgment on that.
I am
Yeah.
not, because again, I have zero issues with this. If Jerry comes to IC and says, "We're doing this. This is what we did. However, guys, keep in mind our network is not good, and you're still gonna be exploding." Okay? No, instead, guys,
Well,
Grav, the best ever. He brings like the devs. They're like, "This is the best GravLev experience we can make." So I expect something really good now. And I go and watch PTU, and I'm like, "Wait, what? What is this?" I watch Bricks
yeah.
die 7 times on repeat, and like now with losing your items, having to spawn in the hospital, like, oh,
We'll
don't
see how it
hype
looks when
things.
it hits.
Don't fucking hype things
Yeah,
that
that's
much,
fair.
man.
But also we'll see what it actually turns out like if it hits live. If it is something that they're able to tweak through the PTU testing period to kind of like make it so that it's less of a death trap, then great. But yeah,
I don't
I
know,
don't know.
man.
Like
Like you
I
can
just don't really.
smash Ursa Rover into anything; it's not gonna explode. So you can for sure make it so that the vehicle does not explode on contact. But they seem to not want to do it. I don't know.
Well, the difference is that an Ursa rover is moving at what, 30 meters per second
Okay,
tops.
slow them down, dude. Like slow them
No,
down.
that's the whole point of a
Slow
grav
them
lev is to
down
go
for
real fast.
now. Slow them down for now. Because what's the point of going fast into the huge ball of fire? It's I'm sorry, but I don't know. I kind of want them. It's such a cool fantasy of a
Yeah,
space
it's a
game.
Star Wars speeder bike,
Yeah,
thing. But for me, I guess this is gonna sound silly, but I just don't care. I just don't
I
care. Like,
know,
it's
but
cool that you're working on it. It's cool that Colson is somebody who's like, out there. He's just like, this is just something I think is cool and I'm passionate about, so I'm working on it right now. All right, man, go for it. I'm still not gonna touch Gravlev stuff because there's no reason to touch Gravlev stuff. I mean, unless I guess if like I guess I can kind of understand like it's if it really floats your boat, it's kind of the same thing as low flying, I guess. Like if screaming across a planetary service or surface
I can
on a bike,
find ways of
floats your
using it,
boat, then
Maso.
that's
You
great. But
you
but
can
I don't
have
ever, so I don't care.
an Aurora. A lot of people have free um what's the name? The Drake one. Whatever, the Drake
Dragonfly?
Dragonfly, yeah. And it has inventory, and you equip
Yeah.
your backpack, you sit on that, you land your Aurora at the planetary station, get your Dragonfly, and you go and hand mine. And it's definitely something that you can do, and it can be very kind
Okay.
of immersive and whatnot, but you can't because you're gonna explode with all your inventory in it. Like
Well, but
just
at that
why would
point
you do
too,
that?
couldn't you optionally just raise your height up and go a little bit slower?
From what I've currently seen, you can do whatever the fuck you want, you're gonna explode.
You're still gonna
Except
explode? All right.
except from if you fall out of the fucking sky, then you're not gonna explode. Then it's fine. So if
Right.
it falls
Yeah.
from any height, it's just fine. But if you start going forward and there's like any obstacles, you're gonna start bouncing and it's
Hmm.
so bad. Like literally, the question was, did you guys test this on a frozen lake in around Microtech or what? Because frozen oceans or whatever. Because there, yeah, it can work. It's perfect.
I wonder if they even have the QA resources to even put that through QA, or if that's the reason they just threw it to PTU and said like,
Then
well, we'll
say
get our
that,
this way.
say that. That's
Yeah,
what you need to tell people.
yeah.
Well, you don't
It's one
need
of the
to,
things I've
but
been
I mean,
hearing.
it's disappointing.
It's one of the things I've been hearing about like why they've been hiring so much QA lately. Apparently, it's just that like basically you have Q like it the way that they that it was told to me was that each team should have their own kind of like dedicated QA for the stuff that they're working on, but they just don't have the people for that. So they've been like having to split QA resources between multiple features, which the end result being, you know, that nothing really gets tested probably as fully as it should have been. But yeah,
I will not comment on this.
I
You might
that's
be right. I'm
rumor.
not saying you're not right.
Yeah.
I just with the amount of resources, I would think you could afford. Um,
Oh, again, I mean, like the job postings are all up there, and they have been hiring a bunch more people. It's just,
my, well, yeah. Anyways, again, I have a problem with the overhype, and then you go in and you're like,
yes,
"What the
yeah.
fuck is this?" It's
Yeah, I mean,
so
like
bad.
that's something we could criticize about this year in general. It has seemed
Yeah,
like a lot of stuff they've been like hype, 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 and then it comes
last year
out and
as
it's
well.
like this was in no way worthy of all that hype.
That
But yeah.
trombone, over and over
Yeah.
again.
Wah, wah, yeah.
Okay, so the next one, oh man, I just figured out I'm gonna be so negative during the news, bro. Cutlass Steel.
Whatever. Uh,
Someone
it's
brought
very
up
Drake.
it's imbecilic. It's like the stupidest thing ever. There's how many people in there? Like 16 or something like that.
20.
So you're gonna put 20 people in this Drake ship.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Yep. Yep.
Um, and this, mind it, this is half of your server as well in this one small fragile ship. Okay, and people are saying like that's for first of all, it's already a Valkyrie killer. My God, like how can we even talk
What?
about that? That's yeah,
People are
that's
actually saying
yup,
that?
yup. Seriously.
What?
Well, the amount
What?
of people. I mean, you can you can.
What
This is
drugs are you on? And can I
literally
have some?
well, probably because of the side doors and like the daka daka on the side doors or something. I don't know. And then it is a drop ship. To me, this is equivalent to a clown car. Like if I see a Cutlass and 20 people coming out and saying, "Hoo, hoo, hoo, hoo," it's like, and they keep coming, man. Like what the fuck? I think it's ridiculous. But someone brought a thing that, but I mean, it's kind of crazy. Someone said that this is probably, I don't remember where I heard this. I think I even heard it in multiple places, but that it's gonna be most likely used for AI, for NPCs, and I can see that being a thing, kind of. Let's say you go to a
Sure.
bunker and it spawns a Cutlass, and those enemy
Just
AIs or friendly AIs come out of that or whatever. Um, I, yeah, I can see that being a thing. But then how do you sell it to? I don't know. I guess you can sell it, but it's
it's
kind of ridiculous.
I will just say from a lore perspective, it suits Drake like 100%. But as for use in the
You
game
can you
now,
can say that for
it's
anything when it's
is
Drake.
the
Like
Valkyrie used frequently now? No, it's not. So it's not going to really have much of a use here. I obviously it was put in as something that was supposed to be like Jump Town related,
I don't know why
but
is this jump town,
but
but
I just
okay.
think like it's well, just the idea of like being able to provide ground suppression potentially. But like, will it, like basically I could see it being a poor man's Valkyrie later on down the road, like years down the road when when the game is bigger and more fleshed out. And if you
I
were a player
listen. I
who's
don't mind. We both agree that like you can have like 10 ships of the same role. I
yeah
don't mind really. Like there can be
yeah
30 drop ships, especially if they're variants of other ships. Like fuck yeah, let's go. I
yeah
mean, just please don't make them like what's the name, Redeemer, where your entire squad of Marines or whatever have to go through one tube, and I don't know, like that,
yeah
just like very very bad design, objectively bad design. Sorry, all of you. Like I'm not talking about the ship itself. I'm talking just about the all of the guys from their seats on second floor need to go through one staircase.
yeah
They can't even
yeah
jump down and clog that while you're under fire. And it's like it's the equivalent of MSR not having another door, basically
yeah
for me. I can help them with
yeah
that. These like big things in it that should move. They should turn that into like a cassette bombs kind of, and so you go into that as a human, and then fires out and you have a parachute or something, you know, like, and as you were
I don't
like
know.
flying over.
Wait, if you're talking about the Redeemer though, like it's not even a dropship; it's a gunship. So
But it has
you know,
like dropship
jump
is
seats,
yeah.
like a couple of them.
Whatever.
Anyways, yeah,
Kata Steel for me,
I just don't care about it.
not really a good idea, but whatever.
I
Um,
laughed, though. I will say I watched the pretty much the first half of that section of the ad for the Cutlass Steel, and I thought it was a joke. Like I thought this was a
Me
prank,
too. I thought it.
and then I
You know what?
realized it was real, and it was like,
I wouldn't be
okay,
surprised.
okay,
Well, no, they didn't have
okay,
enough time.
sure,
I was about to say I wouldn't be surprised if it was like if they did it as a prank to see how people react and then slap 20 guns on it and like seats. Ship it.
I'm just not salty about it. It's like whatever. It is what it is.
I'm not
It's
salty
got a lot
about
of guns.
the I'm not salty about the ship. I don't mind. The
Yeah,
reaction of community though,
yeah,
I feel a
yeah,
little bit like puking, and I'm sorry everyone who is really excited about this ship, but dude, we get excited about if they made a poop on a plate and put like a Drake logo on it, we'd be like, oh, does it come with LTI? Like, seriously, guys, it's really like what? Like,
low expectations around the community as far as the ships go, I
any
guess.
ship
Yeah.
comes out, oh, killer of something. Okay,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Other than that,
No.
I don't mind. Like, give us as many variants of Cutlass as you can. It just makes sense, as you say. Like, I don't mind. I want to write you. This is what I've been saying a lot. Like, give me another one or two variants of Mantis, for example, and you know, like
Yeah.
other ships as well. Like, I want
Sure.
these hulls to be utilized in like multiple ways. Why
Yeah.
not? It would make fucking sense. So yeah, but it's kind of silly. Luminalia, which is a New Year festival in Star Citizen, is happening. And if you're listening to this, you are late to make a fortune out of it.
Yeah.
You could find the gifts around the anywhere.
Spaceports specifically.
Space
That's where they
no
were
no
most dense.
yeah, but you can find them in the loot boxes as well and
Yeah.
whatnot. So the gifts were $1,000
Yeah. Yeah.
per piece, and I'll tell you this a little story. I sat down to watch Doctor House, and I turned on Star Citizen, and I went to Grimhex, and I bought there the new heavy armor and the backpack, the nice looking ones, except for the headpiece. And I watched 2 episodes of House, and I ended up having 700,000 Alpha UC.
Yep.
Because you can do a run around Grimhex and you can sell it there. Because I started a new Babbage and I filled my cargo and everything, and I was like, where the fuck do I sell this now?
Yeah.
I think you have to go up to Bajani or whatever. And then I died, you remember?
You can do an ad. I think there's an admin station somewhere in New Babbage. I'm pretty sure I've seen it.
I died, remember I told you I had a full, like, I was full of these packages, whatever, and I died and spawned in Grimhex where my respawn is, and I was like, do they have them here? Maybe a little, like I'll just take a couple of thousands and
Yeah.
like leave. And yeah, an
There's
hour and a half
tons.
later.
Same thing in Lorville, man. Like
bruh.
I didn't even have a backpack and heavy armor, and I just was like, as I was walking to my ship in Tisa Spaceport, I was like, oh, there's another present. Oh, there's another
They're
present.
everywhere. Like, you just gotta look.
I'm
They're like
literally like,
iguanas.
I'm like doing it the slow way too, where I'm like putting it in the local inventory because I didn't have a backpack on, and in like I don't even know 20 minutes I had like almost 100,000 worth
Yeah.
of worth of these presents, and yeah,
It's really good that this is not affecting our economy. That we are
yeah,
super
concerned
careful
about balancing.
concerned about. Yeah.
This is a thing though. Like they made a big deal about it, but who cares really?
Well, that's the
they
problem. They
they ended up nerfing
yeah.
them down to $250 a box.
Which I
But
think is
like
okay.
I think it's okay, but frankly, I think 1,000 is okay. We just did a reset.
You know
You
what I
know,
think?
not ever.
The respawn or just spawn, because I think the idea for this is, oh, 1,000. That's nice to find. You wake up, pissed off that you died, and you open the door and there's a little present,
Yeah,
and you find two more and you go and do
sure.
your thing, right? But you made 3,000. They're kind of nice. You're not
I
supposed
still
to
don't
make
even think
hundreds of
like
thousands.
yeah, hundreds of thousands, fine. Who cares? You know, like you be
Well,
able to
it
replenish a couple of the
nullifies.
ships that you
It would be
that
okay.
you lost over the reset.
I I agree with you, but it would it does fuck up every other. Like, why would I ever do a cargo sorry,
Because eventually
box
picking up
mission?
boxes is boring.
Yeah, but people want carracks, man.
That
In
is
a
pretty
couple of
crazy.
days.
I have heard of people, yeah,
Yeah,
like pulling down millions, which okay,
who
that's a little
cares?
bit yeah.
Well, in the end, who
That's
cares?
my logic though.
But
It's
the
like a
point is,
game.
I don't care about the economy of Star Citizen. Whoever cares about it
Yeah,
is a little bit
exactly.
crazy. And
Exactly.
but this exactly is the point. You fuck up everything. You don't let people enjoy the game because economy, and then you break the economy with fucking free
Yeah, with
gifts.
boxes. Yeah.
Yeah, and then so here's the problem though. Some people had like full ships of these boxes and whatnot, and overnight they nerfed the price from 1,000 to 250, and these guys were up for a surprise tomorrow when they try to sell them. And I can tell you, some people are not very happy. You also had people who were not happy because they missed the opportunity to do this completely,
Yeah.
while some people bought very big ships and whatnot. However, we should all just chill out. It's alpha and fucking
Yeah. Well, that
completely.
like honestly, like I feel like nerfing the prices of them. Like why? Like you guys literally just lit a fire again. Why
Well,
did you
you
do
said
that?
why? You said
Yeah,
why? Because people are not going to do Jump Town because this crosses over, I think.
yeah, but it's a limited time. It's going to be ending when Luminalia ends, which is how many days now?
Well, I don't know
I
if
don't
it's
even know.
gonna if it crosses over with Jump Town. I don't know how long Jump Town will be as well. So I don't
Well,
know. I don't know. But I don't know.
but that's kind of my like that's my point. Is like all they had to do is was just like whatever, you know, like just leave it in there. It's not there permanently. It's only there for like a
I
week or
agree.
two, you know, and instead you just pissed a whole bunch of people off again because like economy, then you do this, then you go back on it and like just whatever. Leave it alone because the economy there is no economy in Star Citizen right now and it doesn't matter. Just let people make whatever money,
Yeah.
you know. If
That's
again,
the
like
silly part, that they're holding on to that economy tree for no fucking reason. And then of course, when something stupid and silly like this happens, community is gonna call you out because why am I doing 40 minutes mission for 8,000 alpha UC, for fuck's sakes?
yeah,
Change these rewards so that I can do something in a game when I make this money. Jesus Christ. Well, otherwise no
yeah.
one's gonna fucking do it, and people are not doing it. Anyways, moving on. This is something big that we're gonna talk about later, but they did clarify Odyssey, the infamous Kara killer. Surprise!
I mean,
I was right about a lot of things, and I think you were as well.
well,
Uh,
we with the conclusion that we came to when we talked about it, the episode almost immediately before they released the
yeah,
Q&A was that, "Guys, chill out. It's just gonna be a different explorer that
yeah.
does a slightly different thing." And then they came out with the whole, "Oh, I really think it's a carrot killer video," like, the next day, and then we got the Q&A, and sure enough, it's not.
I
But, yeah.
remember saying literally that if it can mine refine cargo and everything, then I don't like it. But if it can only refine to sustain its flight, I am 100% okay with that. That's a different thing. That's like, oh shit, you got to manage your resources because you don't want to go back for a long time. And a lot of people, including, I'm very disappointed by whatever, man. Astropub being like, this is a shit explorer, and I'm sorry for making voice, but this fucking pisses me off. It's not. I think it's great. It has its purpose. It has its
Yeah.
place. I do agree that it's. I mean, again, we go to where they're just saying things that make no sense.
Yeah.
Where like a
I
dev tells you it's a character killer, and I'm like,
I'm curious if the whole "it's a shit explorer" is coming from Paul the same way that he hates the Redeemer, just
I
kind
don't
of more
know.
as a meme, but anyways.
I don't know, but
Um,
he has a lot of like people are
Yeah,
watching it, and even if you're
I
not
guess.
listening to
It's
his stuff,
definitely
you see
not
that
shit though. I mean, it's just
a beautiful
different, you
ship,
know?
man. It's a
It's
fucking
got a
beautiful
bigger
ship.
hanger than the Carrack, so it's more of a you have more of a kind of a variety on what you can fit in there, you
It's
know?
so different. It's so different.
Yeah, it's slightly bigger, so it can have a bigger kind of crew complement. The longevity with the refueling thing. It can also they confirmed that it can refuel the
Smaller
craft
ships.
that's
Yeah.
landed in its hangar too. So
But we'll break
that's a
that down
thing.
in
But
when we talk about that SCL
yeah.
episode. But um
I will
yeah,
say though, the whole carrot killer comment, I
so out of
haven't been that
place.
mad in a while. Like I just yeah.
That,
Yeah.
what really pisses me off is I think we both agree that, I mean, obviously you can never know, but it felt like they did it on purpose so that
Oh,
people upgrade from, because it was like $100 difference,
no.
right? To
No,
upgrade from
I'm
character
sorry.
to,
I'm sorry. I will flat out say that they did that on purpose.
I
And you know
don't
how I know they
know,
did that on
but I
purpose?
think they
Because
did.
they edited it. They edited Paul Jones's statement to end on carrot killer when if you listen to it, you could
Yeah,
tell he
he
wasn't
did
done that
continue.
sentence.
Yeah. So
So, yes, it was
so
intentional.
maybe
They
it was not
edited that
even
clip
him.
specifically.
Maybe like they edited it so that he sounds like that. And then doubling down on it afterwards, saying, "See how CIG employees can
Express their own
express their own
opinions?
opinion,"
Bullshit.
which I really did not like. I mean, I like the idea of them being able to express themselves any way they want, sure,
I think that was a
but
backpedal and frankly a bold faced lie. But yeah,
that was really bad. I was pissed as
yeah,
well. Like, how can, like, we had like different reason kinds of bit. I was really pissed because people who want to buy it because of that statement, whatever, do your thing,
yeah, 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 yeah,
But
yeah,
at the same time, like, so disrespectful for people who have their ship that is praised by CAG, and look at the commercial for Carrick and how long people have been waiting for that ship and everything, and now a
yeah,
year later you just shit all over it with like one sentence. Why would you fucking do that to
yeah.
how do you
And
ever think
and to
about
be
like
clear,
how
like
person who spends $600 on your ship feels? Like, come on,
yeah.
man, not okay.
Let's be clear here though too. I mean, I'm not even really talking about it on a like a statistical perspective, right? Like and that's not what you're talking about here
No,
either. Like you're not talking about like the stats and the fact that, the people bought the Carrack because they thought it was going to be the best explorer. That's not what I'm referring to. Like frankly at that point I don't care, Like I don't care
true.
if it's better or worse. It's more the fact that like people loved the Carrack and they waited for the Carrack for so long and they spent a ton of money on the Carrack. And then, like you said, just to have them, like you said, like, well, no, not a year later. I guess when did they release it? 2018? I don't know. A couple years later, basically just wipe their ass with it, Like, yeah, yeah. That didn't sit well
Sorry,
with me.
I'm just gonna roll you back a little bit. And better at what? At the gameplay mechanic that we have no fucking
Well,
clue how it's going to work.
exactly. But this is the thing, right? Like we see this frequently through the Star Citizen community, and it's perpetuated by people like the Inforunners that have a very
Yep.
like linear idea of this ship is better than this ship is better than this ship is better than this ship,
And their,
etc.
to be fair, their logic is very straightforward. Like, if you invest this much money,
Yes.
real
Yeah.
life money, which is again like it's against the whole
Yes.
concept of
I'm not
Star
saying that
Citizen.
there's no merit to that,
Yeah,
but
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 it's
I
kind
I
of
mean,
like misinformation almost. I don't know, because people read it differently, I guess.
yeah, and I mean, like, it's one of the things that the developers have been very clear about that they don't really necessarily intend ships to be a linear progression. Ships are a tool for a job, you know,
Yeah,
and some do some jobs better than other jobs, but that doesn't mean that they're better, you know?
just different. And I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
just
the
different.
first person who, if I like, I would just buy Odyssey. Well, first of all, just to clarify, this ship is too big for my taste, so I'm never going to own that ship. Because I don't like that big of a ship. But if I did want a big ship, an explorer, I would rather take Odyssey, if nothing, because I like Misk more than I like um Anvil. And we talked about this brand connection that Star Citizen does so well, and people understand this. Somehow they fail to
I would
understand
say it
that.
does better than anybody. I don't think I've ever played
Yes,
another game where I've
yeah,
cared
yeah, yeah.
about the brand so
In
much.
general, branding, like even food, man. Like, you know, some people eat only Vammers, and someone, yes, I think Buster eats only double hot dogs, for example.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
so. I mean, to that,
Hot dog
it
queen of
goes to that.
Stanton.
Yeah, it goes to that level. So why would we forget that someone will just, some things on ship A will be better, and some will be worse compared to ship B, and price and everything. But then I will feel at home with this brand, and it is so. I think that's such a huge, and it's not even role play. It just I feel better flying Hawk than Gladius, for example, and you are the opposite.
Opposite. I
And
love the
these are
Gladius. Yeah.
relatively same ships when it comes to firepower, whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's a small fighter, whatever. So why am I not flying Gladius? Well, I just feel better in a Hawk.
Yeah.
I don't need a reason for this. That's my ship. I love it.
I
I
get
have
that to an extent, and like obviously we had this conversation
many
last
times.
time about the raft as well.
Yeah,
Where like I personally, and I still do kind of feel like there is a line. I think I outlined it in the comments, probably better than I presented it in the actual podcast of that video. But like, I think there is a line that you can draw where um, the way you feel about the ship and how effective it is at doing its intended purpose, like there's a line there. If it, however you feel about it, if it is supposed to do a certain thing and it doesn't do the thing by a certain amount, then like there are better options out there. You know what I mean? Like,
funny how you plaster um like you bluntly hate on Raft, but you're okay with Cutlass Steel
okay,
because you
I will
can
say
fit
that
more
no,
people to
no,
Cutlass Black than into Cutlass Steel.
I will say that I'll flat out admit, like I said last episode, that like the emotion that I had towards the raft was maybe a little misplaced.
Okay,
But
yeah,
when I
you're
think about
right.
it logically, you know, I think there is, there is a line where like if the ship quote unquote sucks at doing its intended role, a certain point, then as much as you like it, at some point you're going to have to think about getting a ship that does that role better, you know,
I would
if you want to do the
agree,
thing,
and we're not talking about Raft. We're talking like in
No,
general.
just in
I
general.
would
Yeah.
agree if we had anything complete in this game, but
Fair.
the
Yeah,
the
fair.
problem is like I don't know if fucking Cutlass will be usable for anything.
Yeah.
We literally don't know if they're gonna fall apart or not fall apart. If they're
Yeah.
gonna leak fucking oxygen,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
absolutely.
Like we have
And
no
that
clue if any of this is useful, and maybe
totally. And
Argo will
that
have something fucking I don't know that.
and that absolutely applies to the Odyssey
Yes,
versus Eric
especially
conversation,
because we don't
because
even know.
we have no idea what exploration is even going to involve,
True.
you know. And that's why like too like even if the Odyssey could refine minerals that it mines, not just fuel, like I still think that would be probably fine given its like
Maybe,
small cargo hold, you know? Like
maybe.
that is a balancing factor.
I mean,
But as for
600
how that
SCU. What 600 SCU
no, it's 300. It's like 290. It's not a lot.
of Laranite? That's a lot.
Sure, but like you could probably get that faster with
Well,
a
you can, but
mole.
you don't have to invest. Uh-huh. Well, yeah, but you don't have a range or whatever, some new material, whatever. But that's
Yeah.
that's where it is. Like, it doesn't matter. I just want to say, I think Odyssey, if it ever comes to the worst, hopefully PU, it will be an iconic ship, and it will be one of those ships when you
Yeah.
see it, you're gonna be
Yeah.
like, oh, it's Odyssey, just like 890, just like Carrack. Although Carrack,
Yeah.
I almost don't feel like that, but it is definitely there,
I
especially when the
love
game comes out. No, no,
I
I
I
think it's a
have a
great ship.
connection to it, but
No, no,
yeah.
no. I
Yeah.
just feel like there's so many Carracks. It's such a
That's true.
crowd favorite. So everyone who has a lot of money invested into the game probably owns a Carrack, and
Yeah,
there's a
yeah,
good reason for this, obviously. But what I'm saying, like, yeah, it's gonna be one of the like. If I saw a Redeemer flying above me today, and I was like, sorry, Reclaimer, and I was like,
yeah, yeah,
someone's
yeah,
landing a
yeah.
Reclaimer, or
But
rather parking next to Pio, and I'm like, yes,
but
I
this
saw
is
a
also
Reclaimer.
another one of those things where we don't where we like we don't have an accurate representation of this
Yes,
because we're
NPCs
playing on
potentially, and yeah, true,
we're
true,
playing
true.
on 50 player servers, right? And down the road, like
But
22
regardless, I feel like
million for
some
22 million for a Carrack is not going to stay that way. I can tell you
oh,
that
or
right
it will,
now.
but we're gonna be making like $30 per mission or whatever.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
exactly. Yeah.
but I think it's going to be one of those iconic ships because, like Banu Merchantman, they're not gonna
Yes.
fly all
Yeah.
over the place, even though they're only what like $350 now.
Yeah.
But I mean, by the time the
But as
game
soon as the
comes out and all
universe
that,
and yeah, exactly, as soon as the
yeah,
universe expands and like everybody's kind of more spread out and the older backers are with big fleets are balanced out by newer backers with smaller fleets and
I
yeah.
think it's a great addition to Star Citizen fleet, let's say,
Yeah.
and I love how
I
it
do too.
looks. And welcome to the fleet Odyssey.
Yes. But I still
uh,
think the whole
that's
killer
just
comment
bad.
was
That's
fucking stupid. Though, okay, to preface all this too, for anybody who is mad about like their Carrack not being the best or who jumped on the Odyssey before the Q&A came out, what are you new? Like everybody knows you don't buy a ship until the Q&A comes out,
I
So
don't
if
know,
you
man.
did that and if you bought the ship on the hype and on the brochure and then were pissed off when the QA came out, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I
Like
don't listen. I would sit here and join you in this, but man, Rev did it, and he has been around forever.
sure.
And then after the QA, he was like, "Carrick killer my ass," and he reverted it back to Carrick like
Well, that's
immediately.
fine. And
No,
that's
no,
an
it
option,
is.
right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you know.
I'm happy that this is an option, right? But this is what I'm saying. Like their words are heavy, man. Like they have,
Yeah.
especially when it comes from a dev who we trust, kind of.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
fucked up. That's fucked
Yeah.
up.
That
Because
was fucked up for sure.
if some random person said, it's gonna be a character, you think someone like Rev would buy it? Probably not. They would wait for it. But if let's say John Cruz says it, and you're like,
I don't know, whatever.
if you're like
I s-
thinking about
I
it,
still would wait for a Q&A,
well,
but
yeah, yeah, I agree.
I've been
Anyways, yeah,
around this rodeo a few times.
yeah. Well, so did he. I was
Don't
I was
trust the
kind of surprised.
brochure.
It's a beautiful ship, though. I'd rather have it, but it's
But
yeah.
also, like, and again, like, if at the end of the day, it's not like we're stuck with these anyways.
I
Like, if
agree. I agree. And it's so
if you don't
like
like it, melt it.
I'm
You know?
so much more falling into this mindset, and it's so much. I feel so much healthier about it that these prices of ships are like it's so stupid that
Yeah,
it really doesn't matter at all. Like you are seriously, guys, you're funding the project, and thank you for that. But you're gonna be able to buy every fucking ship in the game, and don't look at the ship by its price tag currently. It's just not. It's not healthy. I don't think it's healthy to like think of it like that. Like you're not buying a ship, you're funding the project, and in return, you're having a really nice toy, and it's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but yeah, be understand that in your
yeah,
mindset.
yeah.
um. Okay, so Jumptown is coming. Uh, shit. I don't even know. Is it going to come with 16 or 16.1? Because so basically, what they did is,
I
first of all,
think they're
some
planning
things
on
are moved
16.
out of 316 to 317, and some of these were also omitted, which even I did not expect them to move a committed thing. Um,
I first of all, I just kind of expect that around the end of the year, man. Like this always happens because there's nobody here through most of December. So, You know, like anytime something lands in an end of year patch, I'm just like, okay, whatever. It's not even there. You
Mm.
know, but
I
that's because I've been around for long enough
This one I
to.
cannot follow because this is CAG telling you, okay, guys, there's roadmap and there's tracker. If it says committed for this patch, it's coming out 100% for sure.
No, 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 no. Go look at what committed actually means. It means 90% certainty.
So
It does
there's
not
nothing
say
that is certain.
100%. No.
Eh, Seriously, I wish that the thing did not exist. Like honestly, I fucking hate it.
Uh,
Whatever. I
it is
just
what it
fucking
is.
hate that. Like this patch brings nothing, and that's kind of heartbreaking
Yeah,
because
but what got moved? Mining gadgets? Whoop-de fucking do.
it's not only mining
Is anybody
gadgets.
getting?
They moved a little by little. They moved everything. The trade. You forget selling
Well,
was supposed to be in 316.
oh yeah, but that
Um,
moved
wait,
long
wait.
ago. That
Listen,
wasn't
listen.
committed.
Um, is what's the name? Salvage was supposed to be in 316.
Yeah,
Bought
which was a
ships
laugh.
for so the vulture was supposed to be end of the year, which is
Yeah,
316. Drake, what's the name? Shit, the big one. I mean, what is it? Explorer.
Corsair.
Corsair was supposed to be 316. None of these things are like nothing is in 316 anymore. Like people were
No,
hyped about this patch.
but why? This is the thing that baffles me.
Because if people were not
I
hyped, you would not make any more money. Okay, like
but I
it.
constantly but here's the thing, like I constantly hear people like Board Gamer, like Super Mac Brothers Ryan, like being, oh, this is happening 360. And it's like, guys, we've been around since they started doing this roadmap. Nothing
What
at the
else
end
do
of the
you
year
look at?
patch
What
ever
else do
makes it
you look
in.
at?
It, Nothing at the end of the year patch. Frankly, it shouldn't even exist. Because nobody's there for most of for
Well,
like a
I don't
solid three
care
weeks
if
in
it
December.
exists. Then it's a problem for me as any other patch, and
Well, it
it's
just
okay.
basically,
It's me.
if anything moves to 316, and again, like, this is me because I've been around, and you're right, probably they should be considering people who haven't been around
But even
for
you
this
who
long.
have
But
been around, change
if
it.
anything,
What the fuck is
if
that?
we had this conversation too when the cargo refactor got bumped to end of year patch, and I was like,
Yeah,
That's not happening." Like, basically, if it ends up in the end of year patch, I just assume it's not going to make
and
it
that's
in
okay.
because it never does,
Is that okay?
ever. That's okay with me.
How is that okay? How so? If something is bad, you should
Well,
just leave it like that because I know.
I don't put it stock in the roadmap anyways, frankly. I put a much more stock in the progress tracker, but again, like, the roadmap has always been pretty much a roadmap of lies. Like, you know. So I
It's
don't
the
even
only
care.
info
Like,
we
and
have, and
it's the well, it's not. No. Now that we have the progress tracker, that's what people should be
things
looking at.
got moved from the progress tracker as well.
Well, but that's the thing. Like, that's what the progress tracker is for. You can see how things kind of move around, where the work is finishing and stuff like that. But, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, frankly, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Like, nothing. The end of year patch shouldn't even exist. Or if it does exist,
If
it
it
should be strictly a quality of life and bug fixing
if
patch.
it did not exist, I wouldn't have any problems with it. If it exists, then it's not okay, in my opinion. I'm sorry, but I don't know how can that. Anyways, so kind of
Uh,
what they did also is they split it into
316.1
dot
coming in the new
one,
year. Yeah,
which
yeah,
even though I hate it because we're not getting even that little things few that we were supposed to, but at the same time it's kind of good because they're gonna deploy it and then fucking go, which
I'm glad they're doing
just saying
this.
like this, me
Yeah,
saying fucking go doesn't mean that I think they should not have a vacation and time to spend with their families. No, these are
yeah,
hardworking people, and obviously they should have their time off and everything. But I
totally.
do
Yeah.
think that you should not deploy something and then leave the office. Like,
Yep, and that's why I'm glad that they are basically pushing the stuff that could destabilize stuff until the new year, because I remember specifically, I can't remember exactly what patch it was. I'd have to look back. But they dropped a content patch that broke everything.
it
Literally
happened
made the
last two
game
years.
practically unplayable. And then
Uh,
nobody was around to fix it until the new year. So
so there's
I
a
wanted to play
speculation
over the
now.
holidays and I
Yeah,
just couldn't,
yeah.
you know.
there's a speculation now that they're gonna. I don't know if you've heard about this, but that they're because 315 is very very stable. So there's a speculation that they will add features from 316 into 315 build.
Oh, no,
Like,
that was actually a post by
okay,
I'm pretty sure it was Xylo.
maybe yeah,
Or
but
maybe that was the Roadmap Roundup. I can't remember. I'd have to look it up.
maybe yeah.
I
But
think it
I
was
hope that
Roadmap
works.
Roundup, actually.
That would be a good idea. Or even just listen. You, I don't know if you get me, but like I'd be totally okay if they removed the last patch.
Yeah. There's been
Okay,
a lot of people
I don't
who've
mind.
been
I don't
talking
mind at
about this
all.
for
Just
years.
yeah, just don't promise something and then hey, it's the end of the year. Like I don't. What does
Yeah.
that mean? You don't have to go now to work because it's the end of the year before your vacation, or you can go to work and not work or slack. No, no one gets it. Easier because it's the end of the year. That's ridiculous. Just
Well, I just don't think they should move features to the end of the year patch,
I agree.
period.
Sure. So
You know?
I just don't like the way
Ju
they
just take them right off the roadmap. Like,
exactly.
literally just take them off, you
Yeah.
know? Like,
Well, they're not gonna do what we tell them, but
no.
it's fucked up. To me, it's fucked. I don't like it.
Yeah. No, and
Um,
it's fair. I mean, like, the only reason I'm okay with it is just because, like, I've just seen it happen so many years that I just know that that's
you're
the way
not.
it is,
You should not be
you know?
okay with it. You're just used to it because that's not
Yeah.
okay.
Yes, okay, fair enough. I'm just used to it.
If someone
So
slaps you in
literally
the head every morning and it hurts, and like 10 days later, you're like, I'm just gonna get slapped in the head. It's okay. You open the door and like, no, not okay. Um,
Yeah.
okay, so are you still flying these little Crusader heavy hitters?
I never had the Ion, so, yeah. But I do have the Inferno, and yes, I really like flying it.
I think they're both. Are they both nerfed or just Ion?
No, just the Ion. The Ion, it was basically alpha striking light fighters, and their counter to that was to increase the rate of fire to a repeater, basically, and lower the initial kind of damage.
It's not supposed to have the repeater though, right? Or is it? Isn't
No,
it
it's
supposed
supposed
to
to
have
be.
a cannon?
Yes.
Okay.
But Yogi did clarify in a post, basically, like, we're just trying this for now. This is definitely not a permanent solution. We're just,
Let
you
me
know,
tell you something. This is, to me personally, horrible news. I don't fly these ships. This is equivalent to single player cannot mine this big rock, so we'll give him tools to do it. This hurts like hell to say, but I agree with failure to report. You don't expect to go, in a fight with a fork against a tank and win. And Star Citizen currently works like this. It's almost like you're supposed to be able to fight anything with an Aurora. No. If I go in Eve with the starter ship and I encounter massive, whatever, battleship or cruiser, I run, dude, and hope that it does not lock on me. I'm not gonna be like, let's try and fight. I'm gonna fly around you in circles. No. And if that ship hits me, I should explode into pieces in one hit. I just don't know why the fuck are we trying to make everything viable against everything.
I think that's kind of the opposite of what the intention is. The intention was for the Ion to be something that wasn't necessarily effective against small fighters,
And
and
it's
yet
not.
it was.
No, it
That
wasn't.
was the problem with it.
So here's the thing, the Ion is nowhere near effective against a small fighter. But if it catches it off guard and hits that
Yes.
cannon, then it kills you. And that's perfectly fine.
I think that's fine too, personally, but yeah.
Now, here's a problem with Star Citizen. There's no locking on target for assisted aim. You just press T or say lock target. And that's it. So, which is kind of silly for a space game because I'll go back to Eve, but other games as well, which are space games, single player games and whatnot, usually it takes time for like we're looking for missiles, for example. Like it should take much longer time for a big ship to lock on a small ship because just it's a spec. Um, and then this gives a chance of escape to a smaller ship.
I will say that I haven't seen just how cheese this is in PvP. I
It,
imagine that desync could be part of the issue, but like I will say that from my perspective as somebody who has flown an Ares, like I a light fighter that was flown by a halfway decent pilot that was actually flying evasively
you can't hit it.
should be able to fly circles around that.
Yeah,
And with the projectile speed on the cannon, like if they did have it lower, like technically, like shouldn't a light fighter be able to evade
to
pretty
evade,
effectively
yes.
to close onto
Yeah,
the ion? Like,
to evade, but not to be immune to a hit. Not
yeah,
immune, like not to survive the hit. That's not good balance.
no, yeah,
If
no,
Idris
I
hits
agree. Yeah,
Aurora, should it survive one hit? Like,
no,
come on, man.
no. You know what I saw? Detox, I think, made a post where his suggestion with it was to have it so like you had to like hold to charge the cannon
Yeah, I
before you
saw
could
that.
like fire it.
Saw that.
I think that's a great solution personally, because that adds a whole nother level of like skill gap when you're trying to if you're trying to hit like a small evasive ship, right?
The
And
problem,
frankly, if
well,
you're good enough to hit somebody like that, I think you kind of deserve to punch a hole through them. But
I, I, man, it's stopping so much. I agree with that as well. I think that big gun, if we have it in the game, should be able to delete targets. Now we are in alpha. I don't know how we're gonna get this, and yeah, there should be like whatever reasons not to do it, but yeah, I don't like this idea of nerfing it because smaller fighters are not capable to survive its hit. Like
yeah, I would
whatever,
agree with you
dude.
there.
Like
Like,
why
I don't
should
I
they?
don't think that's a good solution, and the only thing that is kind of reassuring to me is they basically said, "Ah, we're just gonna try this, see what happens."
I This one of
Okay,
those
fine.
decisions when I'm like, do you play other games? Like I just this is very good. Slow it down. Slow down the ship. You know, it's
Slow down the
already it
projectile.
or slow down the projectile. Yeah, but it's gonna come to this, Mas, and we talked about this, and I think we even agreed that this is a problem. That our solutions were kind of different, but like having multiple kinds of weapons is, especially with their idea of ballistic weapons, like ignoring shields, is going to create so many problems in the game.
Mhm.
And here it is, like you're gonna slow down the projectile, you're gonna slow down the ship, you're gonna limit the damage, whatever. What about your ship? What about Inferno? What are you going to do with this? Uh, Are you going to slow down how fast that Gatling gun works? Are you going to add like 10 seconds for it to like start firing?
Well, it already does have a delay before it spools up, and that's kind of one of the reasons I thought that like the charge up function on an ion would be appropriate because the Inferno basically already has that. The other thing is like that the ballistic spread on that ion means that if you're gonna hit a smaller ship, you basically have to be like under 500 meters. And if you're under 500 meters with a light fighter who's trying to evade you, you're gonna have a real hard time bringing that gun to bear on it. So personally, like I think the Inferno's in a pretty good spot as far as, and this isn't coming from like a perspective of somebody who doesn't want them to nerf my Inferno. I just
No, I
legitimately
know you
feel
don't care. Yeah.
like it's slow enough that and deliberate enough that like you have to be really conscious about how you engage smaller craft with it. And I like that because it adds a level of difficulty. Um,
I like
you
those
know,
guns, man. I kind of want to try them, but I don't feel like flying a ship like that at all. Like they're not my thing, but I do
It's
like the
just a
idea
fighter,
of
you know? It's
waiting,
just a different kind of fighter.
hitting, instead of like just holding your key and like and then eventually you peel down the
Yeah.
target, like actually
Well, there's
making a hit that makes
There's a little bit of that
damage.
with the Inferno, like, especially, like I said, if you're
Well,
outside a
I
certain
would go with Iron,
range.
but yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. But
But it's still really satisfying, especially when you're fighting ships like Cutlass and above, to just basically slide in on one and just, like, open up and cut it in half.
yeah,
Like,
I can imagine.
that it is really satisfying, but yeah.
I do think that, and I said this before, and I know some people might take this. I might, regret saying this again because of the comments, but it's okay. It's just my opinion. That might be the reason I don't play this game when it comes out. The ballistic ammo. I
Yeah,
see that potentially just being a game that I'm not interested in because I
it
cannot
could be, yeah.
really, shields mean nothing if I can be shot through the hull
I think we
by
touched on
chance.
that
We
on
did. We
that
talked about
really,
this. Yeah.
really well last time, in that, like, I don't think that, like, if you have full shields, I don't think ballistic penetration will be as big of a thing, but any sort of possibility to be just walking around your ship and have a stray slug fly through and blow your head off,
Yeah.
while realistic, that would be really not fun,
We're playing a
you know?
game. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, and this is something I guess we'll talk about when we get into the SCLs, but,
Mm.
like, they did confirm that, like, physicalized damage
That's
is
their
still
idea.
in the works.
Yeah.
So,
And again, this
I don't
does
know,
not mean
man.
that I'm going to like bash and slash the game. No.
Well, it's too
I,
early
I'm
to do that. We
but
don't
yeah, but
know
even
how
if
it's
it's
gonna
like
turn
that,
out.
I don't think it's like bad game or just not for me. Like that is not something I would commit myself to if
Well,
that's the
that's the
case.
thing. I really don't know if many people would at that point, because
I don't know.
for a fact that would become the meta, and because you just have a chance to just insta gib any ship that you
Even if
came
it's not the
across.
meta, just living in with that kind of fear that it can be NPC, you know what I mean? Like it can be an
Mhm.
NPC ship that can just one shot you like
Yeah,
inside your ship.
especially
It's
if
like
it's a
silly.
larger one. Like, if you've got, like, a
But technically
like a
any, right? I guess
yes, but
your
the
armor
chances
plays a
of
role, but yeah.
yeah, the chances of penetration go down hugely when you're talking about armor
Smaller
and when you're
caliber
talking
and
about
yeah.
smaller caliber guns, right?
I know,
Like,
I
I
know.
really don't think penetration will be as big of a deal with, like, size 3 and below, but as soon as you start talking size 4 and above, like, I don't know, like, that's pretty fucking scary.
We'll see, I
I
guess, but yeah.
Yeah,
It can be one of those factors, deciding factors.
yeah. It might be, yeah, honestly, yeah.
This is
But,
one thing that, and we talked about this as well. Like, I think it would be very healthy for everyone who is backing this project to understand that there might be certain reasons that, even though you invested a lot of money in it, or
yeah,
$45 doesn't matter, there might
yeah,
be a reason for you not to enjoy this game, and it might be
yeah.
one thing like this that can make it or break it, for me, for example. And I think we all need to like kind of softly be okay with that option as well
Well, yeah,
because
I
it's not
mean,
our game.
and it's just a risk that comes with being involved in a
Exactly.
project that's under construction.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's salty. I think that's just, like, that's a good kind of, like, a viewpoint to have. And I think too many people, well, we've had this conversation in a
Yeah.
previous episode too, like, too many people kind of, like, have this idealized view of what Star Citizen is going to be, and we just don't know.
Exactly to
We
their
just don't
liking.
know,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. 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 And we
But
create these expectations from our own mind, kind of fueled with their information that quite often they don't even know what is going to be, which is completely normal. I'm not trying to say this as a negative thing. It's just like, things change.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, the next one, we got medical gameplay, and I want to ask you, do you know how, if you're downed in a down state and you set up your beacon, do you know what's the whole procedure?
No, because I have yet to bother with a beacon.
Okay. So
I'm
this
just
is
because
this is a
I've
huge
been
problem.
I only ever go out with, basically, unless I'm going into a bunker, I'm only ever in a spacesuit and a helmet, and, I don't carry anything more than I need to, and if something happens and I die, I just backspace because
Well,
I don't
here's
care.
here's how I experienced this. In order to do better higher level missions, you need reputation, and if you fail the mission, then you lose reputation. And if you lose reputation, you got to go back to doing 3 boxes, 40 minutes, 8,000,
Hmm,
the whole drill. So I ended up failing 2 missions in a row, ending up in prison for the first one, still having reputation, dying again. It was on stream actually, quite interesting and slightly heartbreaking situation. So I've shot the cup, which in these delivery missions is really difficult to figure out, because if you're doing a bunker mission, they have very vibrant white armor. But if you're
Yeah.
doing a delivery mission, they have like white armor, but it's one of those very light white armors with like you can barely see the color. So yeah, one of those ran around the corner with the gun towards me, and I thought it's an NPC. It's a
Yeah.
Ninetales
Yeah.
or whatever. I shot it once. Did not even kill it. I did kill it. It was shot in the head, and then I just stood there, and they killed me. Okay, so I made a beacon. Maybe it wasn't like that because I did not get the crime site in this one. No, I think I was just shot through the wall actually, like, or
Right. Yeah.
And I made the beacon, and someone accepted, and I was just chilling in a stream. We were just like talking about random stuff, and I was waiting for like 40 minutes for this person to come to me. But they did, and they cleared the entire room. And here's the thing: it's 15,000, and I would think when they resurrect me, I read that somewhere that you can like just like grade them, and if you grade them, they get paid, and it goes from your pocket, by the way. So
Wait, really? The 15 grand goes from your pocket?
yeah. So but what
Really? I didn't
happened?
know
I
that.
have lost 30,000 for some reason. They did not get paid. The way this works, and this will probably blow your mind. In order for someone to get paid for your beacon, they need to resurrect you, and then with their ship bring you to the hospital through emergency, put you in the bed, and tell the elevator to go to the emergency room or whatever.
What?
And
Really?
yeah, so they have to like oh man. So I was healed and everything. So this took 2 hours because I really wanted this guy to get money, to get paid, but because I was low on this was my zero to hero. So 30,000 disappeared from my account already because of this, and they still did not get paid, and they invested 2 hours of their time. So in the end, I've sent them all the money I had, which was like 50K, because I really wanted for this to work, and I had a lot of help from the chat and whatnot. So
Seriously?
so
Wow.
that's the procedure. And I even tried, like, in the end, we were in green hacks, and I would like lay down on the ground and tell him to like drag me onto the, but it doesn't work. You have to be like unhealthy, I
Incapacitated to
guess,
be,
past,
yeah.
yeah, for them to put you on. So if you come with the cutlass red, I don't know if you get in that bed, would it work? It's so stupid. Like, literally, you would pick up this mission, you expose yourself because you guess what? Someone died in the bunker because someone killed him. So you go there, you have to clear the bunker, not get paid for it because
Yeah.
it's not your
Because you don't
mission.
have the mission.
Not to mention that turrets will attack you. You might get the crime stat. You heal this person, so you don't steal everything from them. You're a nice guy. You heal this person, and they get up and go. Like, the, the worst part is their money is gone because they created a beacon, but you don't get it unless you bring them to the fucking hospital in a very, 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 very specific way on the fucking
That
gurney.
makes absolutely no sense.
It's unusable.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
literally unusable.
So
Whoever came up
honestly,
with this idea is Jesus Christ.
well, especially because like if you don't have a permanent injury, you don't have to go to a hospital. End of story. Like, I don't
Yeah,
know. Like, oh,
They healed me with a gun, right? So they
yeah.
got me up, healed me with a gun.
Well,
I
that's what I'm
I
saying.
finished my
Like,
mission, got my payout. I went into their ship just for no reason, and then I asked them if they got payment, and they did not read the chat. So eventually we ended up in, and I don't use VoIP when I stream, but I had this is how determined I was to figure this out. So I ended up talking to them. They came to my stream. We tried to figure it out. And in the end, I just sent him money because it literally. And people in chat were like, "Try this, try that, try this." And I'm like, "Guys, it's been 2 hours of this. Like for me, it doesn't matter. I'm sitting here streaming. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Whatever. I can do this all day." But this guy is having his Saturday or Sunday, playing the game, and he's been with me 2 hours.
Yeah. Trying to
It's
do
insane, dude. So I just had to bring it up. It's
Wow, I had no idea that you like I thought basically as soon as you got somebody up and like used a med gun on them, like it would count as complete. I had no idea. And
I,
I don't think I've even heard anybody else say that like that
I guess people just don't pay attention to the money part, and usually people are doing it like
yeah.
to their friends or whatever. And who the fuck even does the beacon? Who has the time to wait for 40 minutes for someone to finish whatever they're doing and jump from fucking Microtech to where the fuck you are and find you
Yeah.
in the fucking cave or whatever?
That is kind of something I have noticed. Like I'm not seeing people using
Well,
beacons
no one's
in
using it anymore because see, the problem is not even like even if you wait for them, uh the rest of the procedure is so crazy
yeah.
that, and this is
It's totally not
intended.
worth the money. Yeah.
This is
Well,
intended.
I
So
think it's oversight personally.
I don't think it's an oversight. I just don't think they can figure out the way to, because it can be, I guess, misused in many ways.
Can
'Cause
it?
why
Well,
you
I
can come
guess
and
right.
loot
Like, cause you
someone
could just
completely, yeah, and leave them naked
yeah.
there, whatever. But then you don't get paid. But then why the person who got resurrected, like, or healed, why you can just leave, like, whatever. I don't know. You do like buy, So
Yeah.
no one is doing it. Basically,
I'm
what
also kind
is
of shocked that the 15,000 comes out of your own pocket. I thought that it was just kind of more of like a mission system payout thing.
mm, that's what I think. It's like from your insurance. Finally, insurance means something, kind of, in a
Mhm.
way. Whatever, gamified it for the alpha or whatever. 15,000, bro. You can die doing a mission, the delivery mission, by inside your ship, and you made maybe 8,000. Now you have to pay 15 for someone to rescue you. Like,
Yeah.
whatever. Like, it's not good. Maybe they change
No.
it in the meantime. Maybe they're going to change it to 16. I don't know if it's like that in PTU, but like the fact that was, how do you even test it if you,
I'm
yeah.
gonna I'm gonna put this one in our imagination section for what we expect next year, and I'm gonna kind of like snarkily say that I'm gonna imagine that they actually work on some of the features they implement
That I
instead of
listen.
just putting them in and abandoning
I
them like they usually do.
That would be great, honestly. I know you're
Yeah,
laughing, but like that would be great.
it would be great. I'm just not holding my breath because they've said that they were gonna do exactly that for multiple years now. So yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
Uh, yeah, I see what you marked there, and I forgot about it. So when we were talking about Jumptown coming in
Oh
and
no,
Katla
that was
Steel
an
and
accident.
everything, yeah. But I did bring up the Detox video. They were doing some, you know how Detox is. Like he brings a bunch of
Yeah.
people, and they were like testing it and whatnot. And I'm gonna have a video in the description. Reasons why they were testing how strong ground vehicles are against air attacks, and if you can repel attack with like ballistas and tanks and whatnot. And man, you would be surprised. Like it's actually, but again, I feel like Jumptown in general is going to be such a group event, and if you're a solo player, you might like try and sneak in and out or something while no one notices you. But other than that, I think it's going to be, it will only work probably well if like an organized group does it. So with all the, well, as we watched, like we watched Captain Burks before recording on a Twitter, flying around protecting their crew by literally killing the Moabs falling out of A2, right? And yeah, I don't know, man. Jumpdown, I just see it as a group event, really. Like I don't think.
Yeah. You know what would I guess this is kind of imagined, but I'm just gonna go there anyways. You know what would be like cool for an event like Jumptown is if instead of being like an individual mission that went out, it was kind of more like a server wide event notification that happened, kind of like Xenothreat. And then like depending on what side of the law, like if you accepted the mission or whatever, it just like auto put you into like a group chat with whoever else was there.
If chat was working, yeah.
If chat was working, that's what I mean,
Mm,
right? Like
yeah.
kind of imagine, but like, because that way, even if you're not, if you
And
don't
bound some
know the
reputation
people,
to it so that people actually commit.
sure, yeah, okay, sure. But like I just mean like even just being able to coordinate more easily,
Mm.
instead of being like, okay, send out group invites or whatever, have
Yeah,
it
just
just be
group
like
auto group.
you're
Yeah.
automatically in a group. You're automatically in your side's
Mm.
group chat. You can kind of automatically be kind of
Oh, that'd be
coordinating,
so
like, oh, I
good.
have this ship, I have this ship. Okay, bring this. I'll crew up with you. Et cetera, et cetera.
It'd
Like
be great.
that.
Like I don't know if they have something like that, as an
No,
option, but
well,
it
they
would
don't.
be
But
really good.
but it would be good. Yeah, it would make it a lot more playable for a single player. You know, because you could play as a group, but you didn't have to
You know,
organize a group
someone
getting together
said
beforehand.
something amazing. So I was actually watching Salty Mike watch this detox video, and they were talking about like random stuff. Um, and someone in the chat, I apologize, really don't know who it was. Uh, said put Jump Town into one of those new big caves.
Oh, that's kind of interesting.
Bruh. And
Yeah,
Mike was like, yes. Like if you
yeah.
think about it, holy shit, that
Well,
would be
or
so
like
good.
even like they said there's
No, but we
multiple
know all three right now. Like they're not
yeah, yeah, yeah,
there.
yeah, but one of them like have one of them in a cave,
Oh
maybe the
my
other
god.
one's not. So then like, so then you could have like different types of
It'd be so
battles that
cool. Like
happen depending on
if you had one on the planetary surface, one in the cave, and one maybe on a space station, like,
Oh, yeah.
Gando, for example, or
Oh,
something
that'd
like
be
that.
so
Oh my god, it'd
cool.
be so
Yeah.
fucking. Yeah, I don't know because you cannot bomb the. I mean, you can bomb the cave, but good luck. And it's such a different dynamic of protecting it,
Yeah.
taking shit out of it because it's one fucking hole, right? And
Well, in that time too, if it's a big one of those big drive-in caves or something
those, yeah,
like
not
that,
dry
like then
flying,
you'd
the big one.
yeah, yeah, but like one that like was big enough that you could or like a drive-in entrance kind of a thing is what I'm thinking. I know
Okay.
like those don't exist, but like, if you had that, then it would like kind of force you into more of like a ground battle,
Oh yeah, yeah. I see
like
what you're
invasion
saying.
kind of
Yeah.
a thing, right? Like you could fly a ship in there to load it up or
You
whatever,
can
but
set up an ambush or like people can be with snipers around it waiting for someone to approach and just like or
yeah,
rocket
or like
launchers,
a
rail
tank, like
guns,
a
a
Nova tank
tank.
inside there. Like if a
Man, it
ship
would
flies
be
in there, that
that.
Nova tank is gonna just annihilate it. But
See how easy it is. Like
yeah,
they jump town one location inside the cave. Holy shit, chaos! It's
yeah.
that simple. And this is not my idea. Obviously, someone else did it. But like, there's so many ideas. Like Star Citizen player
Yeah.
base is very creative.
Well, how cool would it be too if it was something where like now it's like okay, now you got like a line of tanks rolling
You
towards the
could
cave
utilize
and
so
then
many
like
things. Yeah.
more tanks inside the cave like firing back so you've got like an armor battle happening, you know. Then you'd actually have a use for the Spartan APCs too, like I don't know. That'd be super cool. This should have been an Imagine section, but oh well. We are.
Yeah. All right.
I guess yeah, the ISCs we've kind of all gone over. Though I will
Well, let's
say,
just mention them like one by one. So the one 3 weeks ago was about the Odyssey.
yeah,
I mean, we talked about Odyssey already, and we're going to talk about it in SCL a little bit more. But like, it was about that. The second one was
I like the title a
Nyo.
lot. Yeah,
It's probably the
I
most
laughed.
popular title of an ISC ever.
Yeah,
However, the topic was not that crazy. This is the one where I was very
no,
salty with them hyping up the Gravlev, which ended up being
still broken.
same. I don't know. It's a little bit different, but it's not really that good. And Yeah, it's
Then
it's
the year in
it's just
review we
like
already
it
talked
just
about.
bugs
Yeah.
me. The problem with that is like I don't mind them working on it or anything. I don't want my message to be like misunderstood. It's just that when you hear these passionate developers saying that now Grevlev is at the best state they could do, and then you
And
see
then you're
people,
watching it
oh my
just
god!
people exploding instead of being able to, go
I hope
forward.
you're
It's
playing on
yeah,
some other server or something where
it's
it actually works.
GTU.
I don't know.
See how it actually feels when it gets live.
Oof. Well, what? Okay. And
Yeah,
then a year in
that's all we can do.
review. A Raven review. We definitely broke this one down. That was the one that came out yesterday.
Yeah.
Sorry, 3 days ago. Yesterday. I am lost in time and space. So yeah, we can go over to ship talk. But wait, let me interrupt you there. Let me just say so we're gonna go over two SCLs. One is 2 weeks ago, which is ship talk, and then well, actually it wasn't last week. It was the week before. There was 1 week without SCL for some reason,
Ye
right?
yeah.
Which I don't
Yeah,
know
that
why.
was
No one said
I
anything.
think the ship talk is from 3 weeks ago, isn't it? Yeah, because 'cause I'm pretty sure
Last
the
week
week
there
bef
was nothing. I don't know why. Like
no, this last week was the Jay Lee
no, well
drawing.
that's this week. We're Sunday.
Okay.
So the week before that there was nothing, which I still don't
Yeah,
understand why
I
because they
think so.
never said they're not gonna have an SCL.
Yeah, I
It
don't know
just never
either.
happened, or I missed it. And then
I can't
before that it
remember
was
if I
ship talk.
even yeah. They might have even I can't remember. I can't
No, I
remember if I
checked.
read the
Uh-huh. Okay,
the
maybe.
week content, whatever, like, here's what's coming
Yeah,
up this week.
maybe they did not even yeah.
I don't know. Anyways, there
So
was nothing.
before, because you're gonna go over a lot of things, well, we are going to, but you're gonna go through that with ship talk. I'm just gonna say yesterday's, because it's gonna be like super short. Yesterday's SCL was, um, Jeremiah Lee was on it, and he was literally poking Jared the entire time. They were making lizard monkey terrorist eating Whammer, and it made him from Jared's face, which is now Jared's new avatar on Twitter or whatever. I mean, this is one of those hour and 15 minutes to just have it on the other screen to laugh. I have to say something though. Jeremiah Lee, an amazing, I don't like the word talented because these artists are putting in so much work, and I just
Yes.
hate the fact that people just say they're talented. Of course they're talented, but you don't get where they are just by talent. But I respect Jeremiah Lee. I love his work, and I want everyone to understand that he's an absolute magician when he needs to do something off the top of his head in an hour. It just doesn't work
Yes.
like that. Yesterday's sketch to me was almost depressingly bad.
Oh,
Um, however, I just hope that people understand that this is not even he at the end was like, I wish I had 3 more hours because he liked the idea, but then
yeah.
obviously it did just it's such a short period of time, and they're throwing jokes and whatnot.
Yeah.
So
Well, yeah.
unfortunately, I really didn't like it, but I did enjoy the show. It's Jay Lee is just amazing, and it was very healthy. Like they actually had fun, so I think it's really cool.
I didn't
But
watch it because
one of
these
those you
episodes
don't
I
have
don't
to
care
watch
about.
it. Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
But now
The
you
one that
you
I
take
wanted
it.
to
Yeah,
yeah, the one I wanted to talk about was the ship talk one, and I know that it's a few weeks old at this point, but like personally, I think this was probably one of the best SCLs this year, and this is exactly what I like from SCL. It's when you have a crew of people who are working on stuff that everybody cares about, ships, and we just get to hear like an hour of information. I love that. And there was a bunch that I outlined here. I don't know if I'll go over every single point, but
every
I
single
just think
point.
there was a there was a lot to break down, a lot of information, a lot of clarification about questions that we had and we've mentioned kind of in our past episodes, etc. Um, Though I will say it was a little rough to start. I kind of got my back up a little bit because I think this is the longest disclaimer I've ever heard about like not all devs work on all things.
I'm so
I
sick of that,
I
man.
I never watch these live, so I don't know how, and I don't go on Spectrum, so I don't know how much of a problem this is, but I imagine it must be a problem because it seems like every SCL we get like this is a longer breakdown about how you can't ask just any question because, like literally it was like 7 minutes long
You know
of
what the
them.
problem is? The way the way Jared mocks people for this. The people who are not getting
Yeah,
the answer. He
he
did
does
it
he does
again with Jeremiah. Like it was Jeremiah Lee, and
he
I don't know, the other guy was Lore guy. And he started the show. They did a little bit of a joke. He actually did. He made a song. He sang a song at the beginning, and then he introduced them. And then before everything, he said, "So Jay Lee, you are, I don't know, character artist lead, whatever, and the other guy, you are lead, I don't know, lore designer. So can you guys tell us why is Ion nerfed?" And then he made this dumb face staring at the camera to prove his point. And I'm like, don't step on people's fingers, man. Like,
it
I,
does come across as very patronizing. And I don't know if that's just his sense of humor, like he's trying to be funny about it, but to me it does come across as like borderline insulting.
yeah, I
Um
agree.
so I don't know. Like and I mean, for a fact that there's all the like white knights and like yes men in the chat, snarking to themselves like that's I don't ask questions like that.
And my name
So
is Jorun. Oops.
I don't know. Anyways, like
I
it
had
was like
to.
7 minutes long, and I'm genuinely curious. Maybe somebody can answer me in the comments if you're like kind of there for the live shows or
Wow.
in
Well,
Spectrum. But like, I'm genuinely curious if this is a problem that warrants this amount of exposition every single episode.
it's an hour
And
long
then,
show, and so out of 60 minutes, you take almost 10 to
yeah,
talk about this. It's
well,
just like you could
with this
explain
next
something with 7 minutes, actually.
post or with the next
Mm.
mark I have here, it was like probably over 10 minutes. And that was basically where he said, like, okay, now that and he literally went around to like every single person in that panel and got them to tell them like
What they
examples
do.
of people asking them stuff that didn't
Oh,
apply to
yeah.
what they do.
Oh, yeah, I
Um,
remember, yeah.
and then they said, "We also don't answer when questions," you know? Like, so he says,
My
like
favorite.
and so he says when, like, "And can we get an update on this ship?" He calls those cleverly designed when questions, and that I think he's just missing the point there. And honestly, like, and then at the end of the episode, they did end up, like, answering, like, some of those, like, update questions, and the way the devs responded was like, "Oh yeah, okay, we're working on this aspect and this aspect of this ship, or this ship isn't in development." You know, like that's what we're looking for. We're not
Yeah.
like when I'm asking like, "Can I get an update on the Polaris?" I'm not asking when is it going to be done. I'm asking you like if you're working on what are you working on? I'm curious. Like that's what I want to know. Like what are you guys working on this ship? Like are you doing okay, all I really wanna hear is, "Oh, yeah, we're doing some concept work
Or we're
on
not.
this
Like,
room or that room." Yeah, like,
it's on the
"No" is
back burner.
fine, we're
It's
not
waiting.
working on
It's
it,
okay.
but, like, for the ships that are in like, we can see on the progress tracker, it's in production. If personally, if I hear somebody ask, "Can I get an update on this ship?" Like, they're not asking, "When is it gonna be done?" I just wanna know, "What are you working on?" Because that's not in the progress tracker, you
I
know?
I
Like
also think that, and we, I think we mentioned this as well, but so when it's live question in the Twitch chat, because they do it live, but they also pick up most upvoted questions on Spectrum, which is a flawed system, but it is what it is. Um, so if you get the live question, sure, you can ignore some of these. You don't have to like mock people about it, but you can ignore them. Um, no one expects every question of theirs to be answered in like 10 minutes that they actually answer questions, right?
yeah, yeah.
But those that you pick, if you see that there's like 3,000 people upvoting why is Ion being nerfed? Maybe answer it, or say something about it. Not
Yes,
these guys are
exactly.
not here, but you are there for that, and
Even if you can't answer it, just address the
address it.
question.
Or
Yeah. Don't
when
ignore
is
it.
this feature coming, and instead of telling people, and there's so many people asking about it, and instead of your answer being check it in a progress tracker, open the fucking progress tracker and show it. And it's gonna take the
Or
same amount of time or even less, and
or
then
again,
explain this every time.
all I want instead of you just pointing me to the progress tracker is to give me an update that
Or that,
isn't on the
yeah.
progress tracker. Like I was saying, like I could
Yeah, but
see
I
that
mean,
it's in
if it's like
development.
completely unrelated again, but it's something that
Sure,
is
okay,
really
sure.
troubling to community, say something about it. We need we need dude, I'm about to start doing this kind of job, and I'm so scared now that I'm like, this is literally my position in a couple of weeks, months, whatever. And my
Yeah.
god, man, this is going to be Ooh. Maybe I'll understand Jarrett more, and I'll be able to give you guys an
Maybe
insight
tell him
of
some more stuff.
why he's doing it that way. I don't know.
That would be actually really interesting, actually.
I
But
guess, yeah.
at any rate, there was like the first 10% of the show was basically just disclaimers and patronizing things, which again I'm not really sure if maybe that's just him trying to be funny or what, but yeah, yeah. Especially that we don't answer when questions when literally later on in the show they answered a bunch of when questions. But anyways, but there was a bunch of good clarification that came out of there. One of them actually kind of relates to a topic that we were talking about not too long ago in
I'm just
one of our
closing the window.
episodes. Okay. Was the gold standard clarification. It's one of the things like we were asking like what does gold standard actually mean? Well, they answered that in this, and it basically just said like they just bring it up to a standard where it includes all the features that they have so far. It does not mean that the ship is finished. It means that they, like if they need to do more later on down the road, they'll do more down the road. And they even kind of joked about the whole idea of like, well, what's after gold? Platinum? Like, what do we call this?
Yeah,
And it's basically just a word, a term that they use to say we're bringing it up to the you know, current
highest
levels.
possible standard that we
Yeah,
can right
yeah,
now with the current
totally.
tech, which I wish they said before they were
Yeah,
hyping about gold standard ships, because we thought, what, that's it? Because we don't have armor, it's kind of strange to.
yeah, yeah,
But if someone said
yeah.
then, this is just what we have now, we're like bringing them up to
Well,
the standard, I guess
at
it would be
at
okay.
least they addressed
I
it.
agree. I agree.
They
I
did that.
think. However, I
So
do feel like that's a waste of time, but whatever.
yeah,
Because I
I
mean, if
mean,
this is not, why are you having people like I don't. This is serious armchair
armchair debbing
development.
here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I can't understand this. I wish I could. Maybe if they explained it. Why would you have a
Do
gold
a bunch of
standard?
work and then
Yeah,
go back
polished
and do a bunch of
ships
work later. Like,
that.
is that normal? That's actually something we
Yeah,
should ask Ed if we have Ed on at
that
some
would be
point. Like,
amazing. Yeah.
is that normal in game development to like go
Because
back and
what do
rework
I
stuff?
care? Like, Gladius is not any better in game. Yeah, it looks a little bit flashy, but it's no better for the gameplay with or
You can put a
without
gun
gold
in it.
standard.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like, if they're gonna have to add a bunch more stuff and then go to platinum or whatever, and I don't know, unless it's something staggered, kind of. Where every ship needs to go to gold before it goes through the next pass. But it would be nice if they explained, if they took maybe one SEL and explained how these standards for them work. What's their plan? What's their idea? Maybe it's not even going to end up like that because,
Yeah.
technology evolves, but it would be nice to understand that. Sorry, I
Um,
interrupted you.
no, that's fine because actually this kind of leads into the next one, which is they addressed basically that the Starfarer is going to be getting a not a full rework, but a definitely a redesign. They said that they're going to look at changing around the interior a little bit because its functionality is moving towards being able to be a refinery ship as well. And they flat out said like this was the first large ship they made. So, like they've learned a lot since
Yeah.
then. And that like they mentioned this in the show, and I agree with them. Like you can tell, like a
Man,
ship that comes
someone
out
so
this,
sorry.
today versus back when the Starfarer first came out, like you can tell they've learned a lot. But
Yeah, someone in my stream actually said such a great thing, and I'm sure they're not the only one who came up with this, but just make Mark II, Mark III,
mm,
You
yeah,
can keep
actually,
these ships because it kind of feels sad for some people who like bought Starfare back then, and
well,
now you're
okay,
getting like Odyssey and
I have
whatnot. It's so
heard that
different.
because a lot of people asked this about the 300 when the 300 went to the new
There was a
model
rework,
versus the
yeah.
old model. There was a bunch of people who wanted to keep the old model, and they
Mm,
said like that is a cool idea. They literally addressed the idea of like Mark One versus Mark Two. But they said like because the designs are so old, like oftentimes the materials, the optimization, everything like that is just not at the same level. So in order to keep the old model, they'd basically have to redo the old model, but not
hmm
redo the old model with all new materials and optimization and stuff like that.
But
So it
wasn't
would be
that like
kind of
kind
like
of extreme? Like they have a standard now. So Starfarer is a fine ship. It has some problems. But are they going to redo the whole ship, or they're going to leave it like that, where you have Carracks now, or Odysseys or whatever? They're completely different. So what, you leave it like that? What do you do? What do you do with MSR? Do you have to like open new holes in it to
well, they did, yeah, like they did
uh,
say that that's basically on the table, but they aren't working on it yet. I think they actually said that in this one.
for
They
some of
addressed
these
this.
older ships? Like, what are you going to do?
I think it like for one, they did say like materials passes and stuff like that, which is fair. I mean, the
No, that's okay.
materials
Yeah.
and stuff they were using back when did they roll out the
Oh,
Starfarer? I remember.
oh, that was
Uh,
way before my time.
oh yeah, way before. It was like soon after 3.0 came out. Um,
I love that ship, man. Such a beautiful
yeah.
ship.
But yeah, I don't know. Like they didn't if I remember correctly, they didn't like full on commit to an interior rework with this one, but they did say that they wanted to look at interior flow um and stuff like that. That's the other thing. I don't think there's a single working elevator, maybe one working elevator in the Starfarer. Instead, everything was like
There are two
ramps
elevators,
and stairs. Is there?
one port and one starboard, like left and right from the bridge, kind of. That goes up to crew quarters and
Oh,
captain's
because
quarter and mess. You can use the
I always
stairs
just
though.
went up the ladder or the
Yeah.
stairs. Yeah. Anyways, so that's gonna happen. The other thing that I thought was interesting and a little bit of a bummer, they said when they do the cargo refactor, it's not going to initially include um like additional mass to the ship to make it fly differently and stuff like that. They said it's going to eventually, but like the first version of cargo refactor probably won't have that.
But why is that a problem for you? I mean, I think that's
I
very
think it's
fair.
cool.
No, no, but
Oh
the
yeah, it's
fact that
fine.
that they said that they are going to do it is just not the first.
Yeah,
I think that's
yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's fine. It like
Yeah.
I'm not mad about it or
I
anything.
mean,
It's
it'd be
just like
cool if it came with it, but
exactly. Yeah, that's all.
I can live
Like
with that.
I can live with it too. It's just like it would have been cool to have that kind of like
It would be a
rolled in right
real
off the bat.
bummer if they said that they're not doing it though, because
Yeah.
I mean, I could live
No,
with that
actually
as well, but it would be a bummer.
mass and like ship materials and stuff like that and cargo mass and stuff was actually something that they talked about quite a bit, which
Mhm.
was fun. The next one of the things they talked about when they were talking about physicalized damage. Okay, so I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Physicalized damage is still in the works, like we confirmed. Like I think last episode we were kind of questioning because we hadn't heard anything about physicalized damage in a long time. Like we're kind of going like, did they maybe just think maybe they bit off more than they could chew and they're not really planning on doing it anymore? No, it turns out the physics team is working on it to the point where like they have like different tensile strengths and stuff like that for different materials that ships are made out of, and that's going to kind of like be part of the calculations for how the damage is actually applied, which I think is cool. Because the other thing that they talked about, speaking of mass, is that different materials and stuff like that will have different mass to them, and how it's distributed across your ship will make a difference in how your ship handles. So if you have uh a ship, like let's say Origin, they use all sorts of like fancy composites and stuff like that. Um the weight of the ship and the weight distribution of the ship is going to be totally different than a Drake ship that's basically a bunch of pig iron hammered together. Um, and because they're applying those different masses to to directly to the substances that these ships are made out of, they don't actually have to do anything manually with how the mass is going to be distributed in the ship, how the damage is calculated. It'll all just basically be they plug in what parts of the ship are made out of what. The calculations are already done with respect to how much the mass is. And I love that because one of the things that this new flight model that we've had since we moved from the original flight model is ships that really feel different,
Hmm.
like, have much different flight characteristics and stuff like that,
But
and I
that's because of
think
the thrusters and the ship weight, I think, for now.
yeah, but the old model, the this is going way back, like, to the
Mm.
original Arena Commander days, like, if you jumped in an Origin 315 and then like, a Mustang Delta, it's hard to explain, but they felt so different in the way they handled, and they felt so different in the way they took like when you started to take damage. Like the characteristics were way different, and I'm hoping that when we start seeing more complex mass distribution in ships, that we start to really see differences between the way ships fly, the way ships fly when they're full, the way ships fly when they're empty, the way ships fly when they're damaged. And you've lost a wing, so your mass distribution is different now and you have to compensate. Like I think that there's a lot of potential with that system. Um, yeah, the mass in general just like
I'm afraid it's too complex. It's one of those things, but it's one of those for me. Usually, you and me disagree on this, where I like the idea, but I kind of wish they did not go that deep into it. But
well, we'll see how it works, right?
if they pull it, it's going to be amazing. But I
I
think
mean,
the
we
game would be
already
perfectly fine without it. But I mean, it's their
like I
game,
said,
so
we already had a system previously
I
where
know, I know,
something similar to this actually existed. So, and the reason they pulled it was, again, like you said, it was too computationally complex. So,
and but yeah,
if they're
God knows how
reworking
much
this,
they worked on this, to make it easy for the future. And sure, I mean, again, this is one of those where I have to temper myself with like, yeah, it's going to take many, many years because of things like this.
oh yeah,
They're like so complex. And
yeah.
yeah, maybe in the end, this will be so fucking good that you're like, I'm glad I did it. But
Well, I mean, if they have been working on this since the old flight model, they've already got what, four,
mm,
5 years
a lot
under
of
their
years.
belt of
Mm.
development time. So I'm what I would like to see specifically with respect to physicalized damage is, like I'd like to see that appear on the progress tracker because I don't think it is there yet, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah,
I don't know.
really cool. But I'm also a huge nerd about shit like this, so that sort of stuff just like makes me grin. um Yeah, okay. They also said, kind of on the topic of physicalized ammo or physicalized damage and stuff like that, they're planning on doing ballistic balance with respect to ammo, penetration, etc., at the same time as they do physicalized armor. And that sounds like that's kind of how they're going to be balancing it.
I mean, that makes sense.
It does. Yeah. But I
Honestly,
mean,
I know you're going to hate for what I'm about to say, but just fucking remove ballistics from the game until you bring armor into the game because it's just so silly to like.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, right now, I don't really see the
Of
point in
of
removing
course you
them.
don't see the point because you're flying inferno, but
I'm not really, but yeah, like that's not even why I'm saying it. I'm just saying like I like that it adds color and flavor to like a variety, right? But like because right now, like ultimately it doesn't really make that much of a difference. I mean, even in PvP, you're starting to see more laser repeaters than you are ballistics, like I don't know. It
Yeah,
just doesn't.
but the reason is ammo capacity that is ridiculously low just to
Yeah.
be able to balance it,
So
which
there you
is
go. They said
bleh.
basically they're gonna leave it like that until, you know,
I know, but it's kind of I don't know,
until they
not
have
a
a better
very
solution
elegant
for it.
solution in my opinion.
No, fair enough. Um,
It is what it is, and I don't really
they
care that
touched on.
much, honestly. But yeah,
I don't really either because I'm not really doing combat right now because yeah. Anyways, I
mm.
mean, PVE is broken. I guess PvP might be fun, but I still just think like with the desync and stuff, it's not worth the frustration. Um, they said that apparently there's auto gimbal changes in the works, which is interesting.
I think
I didn't know
that
this.
must happen because right now it's just so much better for a skilled pilot to use gimbal.
Really?
It just makes no
Hmm,
sense. Like there's no downsides, especially with size one, size two weapons because it's the same.
I guess, but then the difference
Dude,
between size 2 and size 3, or then
it's
size
so I
3
was
and size
watching
4?
someone who is was it subliminal or someone who's actually like, one of those guys. They were actually checking the damage, and they were like, difference between size three and size four is like none. So having size
No, no,
three
no.
or
It was size 1 and size 2. I
no, no,
watched
no,
that
no,
video.
no, 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 but size four as well. Like maybe it's someone else, and they said literally like size three, size four, almost no difference, and then you get so many more hits because you just don't have to worry about it. You can you can fly and whatnot, which is kind
Interesting.
of crazy.
Okay.
And this size one, size two is the same, and that makes Aurora, for example, fucking beast with two shields
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
four gimbaled guns, like, and it's Aurora.
Well, it shows how much I know. Like I said,
I
I
don't,
always fly
yeah,
fixed because I like it. But yeah, they said that
I like fixed more, but right now I'm flying gimbal because
the gimbals they said are like they're not supposed to be a skill gap or like a skill gap bridge rather, but they didn't really say anything about like what their intentions. They did say that they have ideas that they're playing with now, but
I
take that
this is
what
what
you
it
will. But
is. Yeah, what Micker is just saying in chat, even though we were totally not reading chat, but that's what it was. It was projectile velocity that makes size four better than size one currently. So if you have like
no, better than size 5,
size four better, what did I say?
than size 1.
Of course, that makes no sense. So it's better to have like if you have size five guns, for example, you're gonna gimbal them to size four because you just literally get like better result across the board. So it's just like
Interesting.
it's in a really strange spot right now with these like
Yeah.
sizes and gimbals, whatever. So that I'm glad that they're like looking into it, anyways. So, but yeah, then there's velocity as well. So I don't know. It's I mean
Yeah,
they're playing
they
with
did
it
actually.
obviously. Like they're
Yeah.
actively playing around with this, which is okay. Maybe
They talked
again.
about
Mm,
like ranges and stuff like that too in this episode because somebody asked like are they
oh yeah.
ever going to be changing like the ranges back to normal, and they said yes, it's just like they're still working on
Yeah.
the balance
You know
aspect of that,
what? This
so
is another one of those things where they have a whole team dedicated to this very very important segment of the game, which is how ammo is working with ships and everything. However, it kind of feels again, they know better than me or any one of us, but it feels like it's misplaced time wise. Like get that armor and then start working on these things because you're probably going to have to rework everything again when the armor comes in and whatnot. It's so strange. But then on the other
yeah,
hand, like, what is this a
we're just
game or
armchair
is
deving
this?
out here.
Yeah, it's 100%, 100%. It's just confusing to me. Like, why now?
Yeah.
Why now? Because probably these guys
Yeah.
have no
Well,
other priorities or whatever. But
or the
that
fact that like
specific team will.
physicalized armor and stuff like that is obviously dependent on physicalized damage, which is obviously still a ways out,
Hmm, maybe.
right? I mean,
Wait, you think so?
given
You think you wouldn't get armor? You think the
well,
same team is okay? So whoever is listening to this, we don't know jack shit. We're just like this is just us brainstorming here, like randomly. But I would actually think that different people are working on that armor than like ballistic projectiles and whatnot.
p armor and physicalized damage is being done by the physics team, according to
Oh,
Yogi.
okay.
Like they're the ones who are working on like the physics aspect of it right now. Um, and it does kind of make sense for that to tie in with ballistic because like if armor is a key component to like negating ballistic damage, then I don't know. I don't know.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like neither of
Yeah.
us know it, and I'm not trying to be a smartass here. I'm just trying to find some logic. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. It's their job, not mine. So
Yeah.
whatever, you know. Okay.
Physical. Okay, no, that's not the same thing. There is an entry for physicalized damage and physical damage and breakability on the progress tracker, but that sounds like maybe that's that. I don't know. It also says colliding with ships, locations, and other planets, which actually would be that is something that definitely I find a little bit like immersion breaking.
Mm,
It's like you can like hit a rock and you just spin, instead of like your hull crumpling or falling off or whatever. Anyways,
yeah, but
so I don't know. There is an entry, and apparently they're ending in December, but I'm not sure if that's actual physical damage or not. I don't think so.
this is
Anyways,
another thing that you have here as a no, well, yeah, modularity. That's another thing that slipped, right? We were supposed to have
yeah,
uh,
with the retaliator.
Retaliator and maybe
Yeah.
even Caterpillar. They were mentioning that throughout the year that these two will be ready for the end of the year, and that also did not happen. Like when you look at like when you obviously they're not gonna mention like everything they that would be interesting though. Like if you do an
Well, there's
IC and
no
you say like
you
everything that you did and then everything that you postponed, like that would
if
be
you wanna look at
interesting.
that, there's multiple online resources that track
I
how
know,
much
but I
stuff
want them
actually makes
to do it.
it. I think it's like the highest I think has been 30% maybe
Yeah,
of
that's
the stuff that's
defeating.
on the roadmap, ends up in the game during that year.
But again,
They
some
did say
things they
that
just
like
mention, you know, like we're working on this, and sometimes they're like, oh, hyper it up.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Wah.
Modularity is still intended. Um, yeah, they John Crew went into detail a little bit about it, how like they're apparently they have a tech blocker, like an upstream blocker with it, and it has something to do with how the game recognizes different items on a ship. So right now, they use the Retaliator as the example, like the torpedo bays that are in there. In order
Yeah,
for them to function
yeah.
properly, in order for them the game to recognize them, it has to be considered a part of the ship, and they haven't basically cracked how they're gonna make the game recognize modules, as
But
being like
he
part of
also
that ship.
said that they could have it now. The
Yes,
problem is
they have
torpedo
resources
bay,
elsewhere.
so torpedoes would have to be like outside. And at that moment, I'm like, we are playing an alpha, aren't we? Give us promise modularity if you can do it with like torpedo. Because right now they fixed it, but like a couple of patches ago, I don't know if you remember. Like I fly Retaliator very often, especially before, and you had like two torpedoes were like on top of the ship. Actually, that's where they were stored.
Really?
Yeah, it was like you know where the top turret is, and you're like windows from like the from the cockpit. If you go back and you can like climb up to the crew bunks if you know Retaliator. So if you like get out of the seat, if you go back, there's like a ladder and there's like turret and 6 bed bunks. And there's like an open window. And next to that window were 2 torpedoes like sitting there. And that was okay for years, right? And
Is that where they're supposed to be?
no, no, they're not there
No,
anymore.
okay. Okay.
But it was okay, you know, like they had it somewhere, you know, whatever.
Right.
And
Yeah,
then they
okay.
would magically teleport down into the whatever
Oh, into
tubes,
the
right?
launchers.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, okay,
Now
okay.
it works. Like you can, I think you can actually see them like rotating and everything. But what I'm saying is like, give people modularity and put torpedoes wherever the fuck you want. Spawn them out of thin air. It doesn't really matter until you figure it out. Because he literally said we can have it now, except for the
Yeah, but
torpedo
if
bay.
If wait, really?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah.
because what I took from that was that, like, if you wanted the cargo bay functionality, it like, they can make it work as a variant right now, but they couldn't make it work as modular.
Oh,
So,
maybe I
basically,
misunderstood that.
if it was modular if you had a modular cargo bay in there, basically, the game wouldn't recognize it as a cargo bay unless they, like, just basically, like, merged it
Mm.
as part of the ship. Which
Okay,
kind of
maybe
like
I
it's not
misunderstood that. I don't
modular,
know.
that's just a different variant at that point. I don't know either, but, like, they even mentioned, like, beyond just the Retaliator and the Caterpillar, like, they talked about the Avenger as well, with modularity. They didn't talk about the Cutlass, but, like, the Cutlass was supposed to have some modularity as well. But I don't I I think it's cool that it's still on the radar. I'm not in a huge rush for it or anything,
Well,
obviously, because
why
I
would
don't
you
really
think
think
it's
it'll
not on the radar when this year literally they were announcing it for the end of the year? I
but,
don't think
like,
that's news. Like,
See, but there's a lot of people who basically said that the reason that they're designing ships with, specific variants now instead of kind of more modular options is because of money, because of the money, like they could sell more ships this way. Um,
you know
so I
what?
think there definitely was a subset of the community that thought that they'd basically given up on modularity for the most part. Like they were still gonna like they said, I mean, like the Retaliator, maybe the Caterpillar or something, they probably would have done modularity for, but like I will say like the people who have that opinion, they're not I can't say they're totally off base because when
Well,
you look at the most recent ship options, not much of them
yeah.
offer anything in the way of
Well,
modularity,
I
right?
don't. I'm unpopular opinion, but I would rather not have any more modular ships except if it's like something specific. Like maybe once in a while you have, because I like variants. I think
Yeah.
it's kind of immersive. I don't want everyone to be able to like have a fucking transformer ship
No,
for
but the
any
reason I want
reason.
modularity isn't because I want to, you know, have a mining ship that I've customized into a warship. It's because I feel like if they have that sort of tech, then all of a sudden modifying the interior of your ship, say I don't want the table there, I want it over there, etc., becomes more possible, right? Because that would use the same tech. The inside of the ship becomes modular, which means you're able to change things about the interior of your ship
I don't think that would be the
downstream.
same thing, but sure.
But
I
what? But
think you're
what?
gonna be able to do that, but for other reasons, not modularity.
I wouldn't. This is me speculating, but I wouldn't be surprised if that is basically the same tech as modularity.
Yeah, but then you're interested in something different. You're not interested in modularity. You wanna move
I'm
things
interested
around.
in I'm interested in the tech
If that's the
that
same tech.
modularity, if that is the same.
But why
Yes,
calling
that's why I
it
said it's speculative.
modularity if you actually wanna do a house flipper inside your ship? Which there's nothing wrong with that. I wanna do it as well.
Because
But
I because basically without that technology, I can't see how they would make it so that you can do how you could modify the interior of your ship like that.
okay. I don't know. I just don't see it as the same thing, but whatever. Again, I don't know if that's what it is. I see
Well, it's making
modularity as just being able to click on something and then you spawn fucking ship with different parts, a different room altogether, not like moving things around in it. I don't think
we'll see,
modularity
but
will be like you literally remove part of fucking caterpillar or whatever. Like
you don't? Okay, because
I
that's how I interpreted modularity. Like, I figured like there's gonna have to be some sort of UI for
yeah, but
how you change stuff in your ship.
I would assume you
You
set
know?
it up on the console in the hangar, like okay, and maybe there's a timer for for it to assemble that way or whatever. Like, do I want a torpedo bay or do I want a living room? That's not just like moving chairs around. It's moving the entire part of the ship. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
This happens in real life. One of the ships I worked on, and it's quite common now. I think it was one of the first ones, the good old Enchantment of the Seas by Royal. When I came to the ship, she just came from the dry dock. What was it, like 2007 maybe? And they come in like 4 or 5 usually sister ships. So what they did, they cut so we're talking about altogether crew and guests about 4,000 people on board. But at the time it was like 3.2 maybe. So what they did, they cut the ship in half, divided it, and inserted like the atrium with like bunch of new like rooms and whatever, and then welded it back in and created like a longer ship basically. And whenever I think like Retaliator or Caterpillar, I have that in my head. Like there's a whole like a video of that whole process where you can see them like fucking splitting cruise ship apart and
Hmm.
extending it from the middle. It's
Well,
insane.
at any rate, I don't know. You might be right. For me in my mind, from a speculative perspective, I could. It seems like being able to change the interior of your ship on a large scale and being able to change it on a small scale would be similar in like from a technical perspective. But
Maybe, I don't know. I never connected these things, but sure. I want both. But what I'm
yeah,
trying to say is I am more a fan of variants for a majority of the ships, and then certain like, but this doesn't matter, right? Like I would expect that I can turn like change things around, like move. So, although the problem is like, what do you move in the ship? Chair. It has to be bolted. You know what I mean? You don't really move that many things around the ships.
sure. Unless it was like, for example, let's say I have a 600 and like I don't want the bar. I don't care about the bar. Let's remove that and then put I
Okay.
don't know. Like, let's just say like kitchen
I hope
facility in
that
there instead.
I don't want that in the game, but it's okay. We can disagree. I really don't want. I think that would the whole connection that we have with brands and brand language is just, to me, it would be lost immediately if any player can just like, it's not like Minecraft, like I don't know.
Yeah,
But that's
I don't know.
okay. To whatever. I mean, I don't want it. You want it, and one of us will get what they want.
I just
And
I love the idea of being able to personalize a ship. You know what I mean? So that it's
personalize,
like
yes,
you always say, like this ship is your ship, you know? Like
sure.
why do like why do I always have to have shitty kitchens in a Drake ship? Like why if I want to spend the money and make the kitchen in a Drake ship better, why can't I do that? You know?
I don't know, man, because you're playing space MMORPG. But oh, okay.
I'm just throwing these out as examples, but
I
like,
know
you
what
know,
you're saying. I want some kind of customization, but not that. Like maybe add a painting, or put a helmet on a desk, or
well,
peak,
yeah,
or whatever the
that's yeah,
fuck. But I
yeah.
don't really expect to change the interior of the ship in such way. I
Hmm.
mean,
Well, we'll see what they think, what they end up doing with it for sure. But I even if they do kind of put out more ships that have like a functional modularity to them, I think you're probably safe in that. Like, I think the variants will still end up being more effective. Like ships that are purpose built for something are going to be more effective than a ship that is like, you know,
mm,
modularly kind of like modified into doing a particular role that it wasn't necessarily designed to do. As per like evidence by the Retaliator, for example, like yeah, you can throw cargo bays in there. It's still not going to be as good as a ship that was actually built for being a cargo ship, you know?
probably, yeah. Except for it's going to be better armored than any ship and stealthy, but
And
yeah.
has a huge amount of gun turrets on it.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
like some newer ships also have modularity as well. Um, I
Which
mean,
ones?
the Carrack has it.
Oh yeah, with the modular pods.
So they did not like forget about it. I just hope that they only allowed that in certain increments on certain ships, and that's it. Then I'm okay with it. I mean,
We'll
obviously
see.
they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah. I guess the last one. was they addressed the hex code drama about the like being able to color your ships and stuff like that. And I did actually appreciate the answer here because they basically just said like, yes, we still want to do it, but we haven't really figured it out yet. They said the reason that they haven't rolled it out specifically was, well, because of that, and also because apparently some ships aren't even set up to take paint yet. Like they can't even release skins for certain ships right now because the ships just don't work like
Mm.
that with the materials that they have on them or something like that. Um, but yeah, so hex code based colors still intended. And then they did say that they still want to continue selling like real money skins, but they're not really sure kind of where they're going with that. They said maybe it'd be kind of more instead of specific colors that they sell, it would be more like materials or different finishes and stuff like that, which I actually like that idea. Like let's use the 300 as an example. You know, the 300 has that
Yep.
like
Oh, I know.
gorgeous
Trust me.
metallic fleck paint.
Yep.
Like I'm totally cool with that being
Different
like a
finishes, I would be totally okay with that. Although I'd
yeah.
be okay with having a different finish in game as well. I mean,
Yeah, and I'm sure there probably will be those, but like I'm
I
fine with them basically selling those. I much prefer that to the current model where they basically are just selling colors, but you know.
I want some kind of like, if they're selling it, I want more creativity from it, not just like matching colors or whatever. I would
Yes,
like them to
exactly.
have some vinyls or something, like
Or
themed, or I don't know.
like if you were able to buy different finishes or whatever. So like let's say you bought like a metallic fleck, you bought like a carbon fiber finish and something, and then you got to kind of like choose how those applied to your ship. So like because they already said like they're planning on doing like primary, secondary,
Yeah.
tertiary zones, right? So you have like your primary colors are that like metallic fleck, your tertiaries, like you bought like a carbon fiber look or something like that. So that's like, and then like your coloration from there is just, like you just pick your colors with in-game paints. I think that would be a good way to
Someone
like
in
they still can monetize, but yeah.
someone in Forza 5 got banned for like 5,000 in-game years or something, which is
What?
like because they made a livery. Because in Forza you have like manufacturer colors, and then you have like regular palette of colors, and then you have like different finishes. But also you have like a workshop in game where you can either use like preset vinyls and whatnot and color them any way you want, but you can also import JPEGs or PNGs. I don't know.
Oh god. Oh
So
god.
yeah, but these are like bannable offenses. However, there's like a bunch of anime and boobies and whatnot, which is
Yeah.
really dangerous for streamers. But someone made a, well, I'm not gonna say his name because I don't even know. But yeah, a certain person from North Korea, they made a car. They got banned for, I think it's like 5 or 50,000 in-game years, whatever. Like it's like endless ban. So this is a
uh
reason why, I mean, you got to be very careful
yeah, yeah,
with allowing
totally.
people to do whatever the fuck they want. And
Well, and like to be clear, I don't think they're ever going to go down that route. Like I think at
I
the
hope not.
most I could see them maybe having like a like a logo
Someone would have to go through
option.
approval process for that. But
Exactly. And
that's
it
what we
would it would
talked
have
about.
to go
Like,
through like a
if
filter
that's a
process.
thing, people need to pay for that. I don't
Yeah.
want it any other way.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Like that would be a real money thing for sure. But I still want it to be an option so that like your guilds in game could have
If
their
we
own
have
logos.
primary, secondary, tertiary color schemes, then on both armor, like suits and ships, you're fine. You
You are
see,
fine,
you
but it
see
would still be
yellow,
cool to
black,
have the
yellow.
badges.
It's test, right? So
Yeah,
and you move away, and it's just, we have it in EU. Like,
yeah. I still
you
think
know
like
who's
it would be
coming.
cool. I still think it would be cool to have like a logo thing though, because then
It
you
would
wouldn't
be cool,
necessarily
but you
if you want
would.
it to be more subtle, like you're not in your faction's military or something, say you're just a trader, then you could still have your own colors, but you have a badge on there that
No, no, I
shows your
agree with you.
affiliation.
The problem is people are very sneaky, and
Yes.
someone will. think that something's perfectly okay, but then actually these three letters in Mandarin mean
Right.
something, and you'd need to have such crazy, obviously not in Mandarin, but I'm just taking that as an example. But you need to have such a crazy, um how do you call that?
You'd
You
have to have a
have to
lot of
police it
admin
a lot.
around it. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. It's true. It's true.
it's one
But
of those things,
I
nice but like
I still think
unnecessary, I
it's
guess.
possible. I still think it's
It's
possible,
possible. I mean, look
like
at Warframe. So, you know,
yeah.
or
Anyways,
Dauntless.
that's
Like Dauntless, literally as a creator, you can apply your flair, and they create it for you. And
yeah. So again, like I mean, yes, it's not something simple that they could just throw in. Obviously, it's something that they would have to put resources behind,
mhm.
but like depending
It'd be cool
on
if they pull it off. It'd be cool. Yeah.
well, and if you're balancing with like a real world cost and that cost is lost, for example, if somebody files a complaint and it turns out that your thing actually is in fact in like there's ways they could offset basically the resources required, I think. You know, if like you had to pay for it and stuff like that.
This reminds me of New World and how a whole guild can report Masocast for something, and the bot bans you
Yes.
immediately. And
Yes. Yeah, like yeah. Basically, that obviously isn't the solution, but like it's possible that basically if you had a a complaint system built up, basically the bot could pass it up to a human who has to do like a real review. It's
yeah,
not
that's
basically like
exactly what
it's
Amazon does, or they say so.
yeah, sure.
Sorry.
Yeah. Anyways, like obviously it's not an easy situation, but it is something that they could
And
pull
it's
off
so
for
far
sure.
down the road anyways, but
Oh yeah,
it's always
totally.
an, I mean, I'm all up for customization, man. I want, yeah, so yeah, I
Speaking of
want my
interior
ship.
customization again, they did also say that they want to be able to do interior colors as well at some point, but that's way down
Yeah.
the road. Okay, I'm done.
All right, so we're finally done with news, and we're going to our topic. I think we're at 3 hour mark, but I think our topic and imagination will be much shorter. I'm
Yeah.
kind of thinking about like changing this like news into news, SCL, and ISC, like three different sections, so that I can like chop it off in post
Oh
production. But
yeah, right,
because
right,
this
right.
is like
Yeah, that's a good
three
idea
hours
for the
long.
timestamps. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do it for the next time if I don't forget. Okay, so the topic, very very simple this week. Our highlights of the current year 2021. Would I can start, or we can just throw it at each other. But I just want to
Let's
say
collab
that
this one because I did like before we went live, I kind of expressed that I was having a hard time coming up with
yeah,
ideas for this one, but once you started like saying things, I was like, oh yeah, okay, okay, yeah, that's a highlight, etc.
there are things. However, the- I think both of us are kind of disappointed with this year. Not in like, I guess expectations were not met, even
Yeah,
though they were kind of low.
we
So
kind of talked about this at the
yeah,
beginning of
yeah.
the episode. Yeah,
But there are things that absolutely did do good. Want to start with an easy one. I got my new favorite ship, which is 400i. I kind of wish it was a misc ship that I fell in love with, but
there's still time. There's still time, Chegg.
I'll take yeah, I'll take whatever because it has a bow. And I talked about this in the last show and forgot to mention it. So I need two changes on this ship, two changes that they will never do. But I need to be able to change the height of my seat, pilot seat, to go a little bit more up so that I can actually see the bow when I'm like taking off and parking. And I would like at least the top turret on the back of the ship to be able to like go into the hull, because sitting there all you
Yeah,
see through the back window is a fucking huge turret.
yep.
I
That's
removed
not
guns
very
from it, but
luxury.
it's still ugly as fuck. So like,
Yep.
I'm not saying we don't need it or whatever, although I wish I could just remove turrets as well. I would. I'd remove
Didn't
all
they
guns from it.
say? I don't know. They said it for a few different ships that they wanted different things to be retractable, but they
They
couldn't
have it
make
on
it do it.
Hercules has retractable guns.
Yeah, but anytime the ship is turned on, the hatches are open.
Well, yeah, but that's something they might like work on or whatever. But I
Yeah,
really would
yeah,
like to be able to retract my turret, at least
I
that one
agree.
that is blocking the view. And then the chair is really a problem because it's that beautiful bow and everything, but you're sitting so low in that chair that you fucking don't see. It's like driving a car, you don't see a hood. It's really strange. I don't know
You know, what'd
why
be
they
kind of
did it that
cool
way.
is if they did like something like they did in the Carrack, where you could like fly it when you're standing up.
Oh, okay, I guess.
Like, because you know how the Carrack has that
I
like
know
upper
the upper one, yeah.
control area.
But I feel like that really fits character because it's huge and um. But
Sort of, but
yeah,
like for example, like in like houseboats that you can rent kind of down here, like like they have an upper control area, and like you can pilot the boat from up there, and you're
sure,
standing.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know,
But
I
like
think that would be
400
cool.
die, where would you have that? Like,
I don't know.
it's
Make it
it's
so
not that
make
big.
it so the make it so that it's like a sit stand control
You
control
can like sit
section.
on X1 in that front like housing for the bike, and you like
No, no,
sit on the
no.
bike and like you actually fly the ship like that.
No, no,
I'm
it's
kidding.
just, like your controls chair folds into the floor, and then
Oh, you're
your
just
control
standing.
surface. Yeah, you just stand up.
I think they should
I don't know.
maybe think about like the chair adjustment a little bit. I don't know how difficult that would be, but even fucking Euro Truck Simulator has that option. So like, I don't know.
Yeah. They talked about this a little bit when they were putting in the female model, didn't they? Like how one of the issues they struggled with was because the female model is shorter, it like fucked up the view in a lot of the ships, and I'm actually not sure how they solved that.
I don't know. Maybe
Maybe
they're
they did
sitting on
solve it
the
with an adjustable seat phone book.
cushion. Yeah. That you don't see. Yeah, so that's my highlight ship. Do you have a ship of the year? Doesn't matter
I
if
had a lot
it's
of well, I had a lot of like because Crusader ships came out this year, right? So like
okay.
the I pretty much like all of them. I have all of them. Um I really like the
Crusader
C2.
whale.
I really like the C2. I still really like the Star Runner, even though I very, very rarely use it. I see you didn't get like that homey feeling from that ship, but I absolutely did. I love walking through that ship. I love
I'm done
stepping
with
out of that
Crusader.
ship.
I don't even like them anymore.
I love it. And
Good.
the Inferno is just like it. The Inferno, I think, would probably be one that I would put out there because I didn't really expect it. I didn't really expect to enjoy it as much as I do. Like I expected it to be like something I played around with for a while, like haha, Gatling gun, yay, and then melted it and did something else with it. But the more I've flown it and the more I've done like missions in it and stuff, the more I like it. Like I just like it.
I might
um,
try it. I don't know.
yeah, I don't know. Like I have a hard time with favorite ships because
Yeah.
I like so many of them. But
You know how
the
I am.
400i was not on that list.
It rarely happens that I really fall for the ship. Even the Hawk, I like it. It's my LTI, but I'm not like 100% on that being my thing. The
Yeah.
same goes for like Nomad. Nomad, I saw, I was like, yeah. And then I was like, ED? What the? And then I was like, I love this ship. I think it's the sound and the way it flies. And I don't know why. And I like the interior. But
It's got
even
good
that, like,
paint
that's
color
not.
options too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But 400i, it's the bow. But I'm really afraid that, and there's still chance, but I don't think, no, it's not coming, right? It's not coming. The Vulture. I'm afraid.
No.
Dude, I'm so afraid that I'm gonna turn Vulture in my home, and I don't like Drake. But I mean,
Well, see, this is where you should be on side with me about being able to spruce up the interior of your
nah, it's
ship.
the logo, man. I don't care. Like, I don't even mind their
Oh.
interior. It's the logo that pisses me off. But I like,
Yeah,
yeah, I like it. Um,
I was initially pretty disappointed about the CT. Well, we talked about it, right? Like I
mm,
just felt like the geometry on the back was really lazy, but
you
I
get
don't know,
used to
the
it.
more I kind of eh, I think I just notice it less because like I will say I still love walking up to that ship when it's like there's something about like the 747 kind of looking nose and like the big ramp underneath it. I like it. I
It
like it.
feels very powerful. That's
Yeah.
for sure. No matter what you do in it, like it feels powerful, and it feels like something that you can be confident with, kind of, which not every ship
Yeah.
will give you in Star Citizen.
Uh, uh, though I still think that yeah, this is going to sound weird because again, I just said that I don't really use it. I think the
MSR.
ship that I think is yeah, it's the MSR.
But MSR came last year, not this year. So
Did it? Oh, I thought it came this year.
no,
Was it end of last year?
I think it was end of last year, like
Oh, okay.
last
Okay, well
quarter or
that's
something.
disqualified then.
Yeah,
I'll
maybe
just
I'm
say
wrong, but I don't think it came this year.
I'll just say the Inferno, even though I will say that, like, for the most part, I find the ships that you can actually walk around in it
Same.
much more impressing, but
Yeah.
or impressive. But like I said, I didn't expect to like the Inferno, really. I mean, I expected it to be like a lol ship that I played around with, but I legitimately do really kind of like flying it. I love the way it looks. I love the power of the gun, I love
Mm.
kind of the added difficulty of taking down smaller targets in it. Yeah. We'll say that'll be my highlight of the year for
If
the
if it
ships.
wasn't a death trap, and if I didn't have so many issues with it, I would struggle not mentioning Raft as well. I know you fucking hate it, but
This is a thing, man. Like I really like the way it looks and I love the interior. I have serious questions about how usable it'll be.
it's one of those. It's the same as Nomad. Like I saw it, I was like, and then I went in, I was like, the
Yeah,
truck.
that's kind of it too. Is like the more I started seeing the interior and the more I started kind of like paying attention to the details on the outside, I just love Argo, man. Like their
But the
design
thing
language is
is,
amazing.
the ship computer though, like until they allow me to change that, Argo is not an option. That robot female voice
Oh,
really does not
yeah.
turn me on, man. I'm okay with Origin.
I'm
She's
really
like
good at
every time
ignoring stuff
she
like
she
that.
says something, it's like she's having an orgasm. It's better than a fucking robot. The Origin one,
Oh, oh, the Origin one?
yeah.
Oh.
Hello and welcome to.
I guess. I
Misk
don't
is
know. I
my
don't
favorite, honestly, but yeah, it's like
yeah.
normal, down to earth female voice.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
I love it.
I don't have any Origin ships and I probably won't ever.
What can
Not
Misk
I'm not
do
a
for
hater.
you today?
I just don't I don't know. They don't their design doesn't do it for me.
The Origin?
Yeah.
I'm. You'd be surprised, but I'm not a huge fan of Origin either.
No, I know you're
But
not.
400
I
I just
it's
it's
because
the
it's got the
bow. It's the
bridge.
fucking bow,
Yeah.
yeah, and the bridge, yeah. I don't know, yeah. It's yeah. Okay, so the biggest the biggest one that the biggest highlight for me is something they did not even mention in IC,
Yep.
and that's server stability.
Yep.
And it's so good that I don't even have to mention 30k protection, whatever they did. It's
Yeah,
that
that's
good.
true actually.
Um,
I literally can't remember the last time I've had a 30K.
it just doesn't happen. I never see it ever again on any streams. I'm sure it happens, but it's
Even
like
game stability, like, I've had the first crash I've had in
I
at
didn't have
least
any.
2 patches was this morning, and all I did was restart the game, and I was right back in my pilot seat, like, yeah.
I hope if anything that carries over to 2022, which is probably a
I
big
can't really
demand,
see any
but
reason I can't really see any reason why it
oh.
wouldn't. Oh, I just jinxed it, sorry.
uh, it's just
316.1
crazy how
happens
good.
next year, and it's just, like, 30Ks every 5 seconds.
I wish we had like 315 smoothness as well, but 315.1 kind of destroyed that. And I have these
Even
like statters and whatnot again if I
Did
come
you
close to
find it came
PO.
back? Like, for me,
No,
when the Expo left, I went
it's
back to, like,
better.
decent
Yeah, yeah, it's
performance.
much better. It's decent, but it was butter smooth. It was, oh my god, 315 was. I remember being on a stream and being like, what the hell? What is this game that I'm playing? This is impossible. Because I always
Yeah.
come from another game to SC and I'm like, the input lag,
Yeah.
you
Chunk,
just
chunk,
feel it.
chunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I was like,
You're right.
whoa.
Yeah.
maybe even better response than some really really smooth games, and
Literally, the first
it's
thing I
not the
did when
same.
I
No,
signed in to 315 was like, "Oh my god, how many frames am I getting?" Because yeah, same thing.
you
It was
could
just like,
feel it, man. It was,
"Whoa!"
oh, it was so good.
Yeah.
um okay, so you mentioned something before the show that is actually very interesting. We had an opportunity to it's kind of funny because they came in guns blazing and kind of unfriendly to our universe, but we had the chance to, not all of them, to enjoy the new player experience through
Oh,
a
yeah,
lot
yeah, yeah.
of elite dangerous players that came over because ED was not doing too good. um and this is something we mentioned before, and I 100% agree, like seeing and I push everyone to go to Twitch and find a new Star Citizen backer and kind of relive this first time impression, which you only could live through once. But it's such an interesting I don't know, feeling. But there was a lot of them.
Yeah.
We had Dave on our show as well, like where we could like break it down more. And Villa Kate are still very active there. We have Enterprise being one of the biggest streamers now, although he has been here for a while, and bunch of other just ED creators, and a lot of them sticking with Star Citizen, but they're slowly but surely
Getting
starting
the
to
yeah,
realize that we're not all crazy, and that the game is not like there yet, even though they called
yeah.
us out. But it's okay. Um, I'm happy
I
they're enjoying the
Yeah. That new player experience, I mean,
honeymoon, right?
we've
Yeah.
done multiple episodes about it, and I think there are probably very few things as refreshing as kind of like seeing people's wow moments for the first time because we've all been there. Yes, the game
Yeah.
kind of grinds you down after a while, but yeah, like that's one thing I really appreciated this year for sure was just like how many times I got to re-experience those moments that those situations that Star Citizen does really well, you know?
Mm.
So,
And I hope that in a year or two or three we can have bot games doing amazingly well. I think I watched a video today actually about ED, um, where you remember they doubled down on who needs ship interiors and whatnot. Uh,
yes, yeah, yeah, and
they're their biggest ships that are basically immovable objects. They're like planetary stations, but they're ships where other small ships can dock. Are are getting interiors, and there's even
mm,
like a bridge room where everyone has to come and strap in when the ship is doing a jump. Uh, and you have to see, like, you get to see this like whole jump sequence through the glass with other people who are on board and whatnot. And there's like stores and there's like bunch of stuff on board.
right.
So
That's the fleet carriers, right?
it's a fleet carrier, yeah. So it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
not really a ship, but I think they're maybe testing the waters, because now that they have lost so many content creators to Star
Yeah,
Citizen who are literally pointing out, hey, we love this. Maybe they're going to invest
yeah,
resources into doing it. I hope so, because they would make. I want ED to be a great game. I
sure.
never had
And
this like hatred toward the other games
no,
because of the one that
I've
I'm playing.
never I've never played it, but, like, I definitely don't have any hate to it, and I'm definitely
No,
not gonna be the kind of person that's, like, laughing at them when they doubled down and they had a bunch of backlash of people saying, "Actually, we do want this," "We do want these ship interiors," and then for them to kind of, like, potentially change their direction. I'm not gonna
I
like, I
hope
think that there are
so.
a lot of people who would probably be really shitty about that and say, like, "Haha,"
But
but,
this is
like,
literally what you want. You want
that's
competition.
exactly what you want.
You
Well, and it's
want,
exactly what you want in a company too. Like
yeah,
when they say, "We don't think people actually want this," and then they get a resounding, "Actually, yes, we do want this" from the community, and they go, "Okay,"
we were
and they
wrong.
start kind of like working on that. That's cool. That's exactly what you want out of a company,
Yeah,
you know?
that would be amazing. And Frontier is a it's a big company, man. Like I'm sure that it would take them, because it's like when World of Warcraft introduced flying and they explained how much they had to rework the entire
Yeah, yeah, the entire
continent.
world.
Yeah, because it was not designed for flying, and people were like, yeah, but you're flying, in pathways, and they're like, yeah, we there you can only see what we want you to see.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
rest is like textures that whatnot. So I'm sure ED would have to go through a lot of development, but I
yeah.
it would make it a
I
greater game. So I don't know.
It would. Well, we already had this conversation.
Mm.
I feel like that might be something that they might have to, like, save for, like, ED2 or whatever if they are
Whatever, yeah,
working on
yeah.
the
But
sequel,
this is
because, like,
something. If these two games can put, like, Eve is kind of out of this league because
yeah,
it's a
different game.
fucking titan, been there for like 10,000 years and whatnot. It has its own very specific audience, and but these two have a potential to push each other to become a better product at the same time,
Yeah,
and I hope that
yeah,
happens.
yeah, for sure. I agree.
Um, um, okay, so another thing that I would point out from this year, inventory. It's now worse than what it was when it came out, because it was very, very smooth experience, and now you have to like move everything 3 times and things are disappearing and whatnot. But man, there's inventory. Like, you can find something somewhere.
Yeah.
I do delivery
It
missions and I go and check if there's a box, and there's something in the box.
it's clunky and frustrating, but
Yep.
I guess, like, that is literally just part of it.
Yep.
We were talking about this off air where I was
Mm.
having a conversation with a uh friend of mine who's very experienced with a lot of different game dev projects and stuff like that. And one of the things he said is, like, nothing ever releases perfect in your
Yep.
first draft, ever. It always starts out shitty and gets better, you
But
know?
it is alpha, and we
Yeah.
are. You got to start somewhere. So inventory and looting, I think that's huge. You know what else we got this year? Um, Reputation system,
Yeah.
which is not
Yeah.
as satisfying for me currently, but I feel like that's one of those huge systems that that they will evolve in
Yeah.
years to
I
come.
think yes, the good thing about that is that even though they did a typical CIG with it where they just, like, rolled it out and then basically abandoned it, um, to work on other stuff,
Did they
I
though?
think
They,
this
no,
is
no, no, no,
where
no. Wait, wait, wait. How did they
they've
abandon it?
implemented they've implemented a second addition to it, but, like, it's not like they put out, and at first it was basically just bounty hunting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but now they
And
added
then
more. They added the
yeah,
cargo
cargo.
delivery.
y-
Yeah,
Yeah, sure. But basically what I'm saying is, like, they didn't they didn't plug it into all the different aspects of the game. And what I was going to say is that this is one of those situations, you're going to be really surprised by this, where I'm really happy that Richard Tyre is, has kind of, like, changed, has said that they're going to be changing how they roll out features and stuff like that,
mm,
so that they do plug them into more, instead of just, kicking
for the
reputation
sake of
system out the
having it.
door. Yeah, for the sake of having it, it's in there, it's done. Like, they want to make it so that it plugs in with more aspects of the game when it comes out, even in a tier 1 or tier 0 or tier 1 implementation. And I think that is something. I should probably save that for expectation for next year, but I think
Mm,
that is something that we will legitimately see start to pan out next year with feature releases. One hopes, anyways,
yeah.
that they're much more kind of, like, fleshed out and attached to different areas of the game so that they feel like they actually mean more. Maybe even start feeling like a game.
It's getting the game foundation. Like, this year was for me the first year where like the foundation for the game were planted. Foundations, certain.
Yeah.
And you can't really feel it that much right now, but you know, it's something to work on and to look forward to, and hopefully we'll get there. But for me, I think that's it. That's really it. Um, I mean, I'm kind of happy we had CitizenCon, but I'm really not happy with how it happened.
See that? No, I think I still overall I CitizenCon was still kind of a letdown for me. But
For me, also,
I don't even necessarily know if that's anybody's fault necessarily, just because it was so
the
different
production guys
than
definitely were faulty. I think we ended
yeah,
up realizing that they're not part of CIG, but
it's just so different than the Citizen Cons that I have been, excuse me, excited for in the
mm.
past. And I think that's kind of one of the
Do you
reasons
think
it
they should
was
have like
a
called it
letdown for
something
me.
else?
Yes, I kind of do.
Because
But
it's not
hindsight is
CitizenCon.
2020. Hindsight is 2020, you know?
I can. Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah. Do you have anything else to add for like good things about 2021?
I was racking my brain, and I mean, I guess the only other thing I can say is it's nice to be able to actually haul cargo again, even if it is
Oh,
not
reset.
necessarily.
Reset is
Oh
good.
yeah, the reset. Yay, that was a good thing.
Can
Yeah.
you believe like that's one of my highlights?
Yeah,
Reset.
I totally can.
Yeah.
I I mean, I don't know, like we've both come from multiple different games that do,
Yeah.
regular resets,
Seasonal
and
resets. Yeah.
when you kind of wrap your brain around them, you do kind of start to look forward to them
Yeah.
sometimes, you know?
Yeah. I mean, if it's a full-fledged MMO that functions, I am okay with not having any resets or anything. But
Sure.
by the
It's
time that
different. Yeah.
happens, please, I would actually like, we talked about it, 3 6 months resets, whatever, with like some high scores, or we got anti cheat, easy anti cheat, and actually the implementation was kind of smooth, man. Like,
I haven't noticed any stability or
no,
or latency issues or anything.
the
So,
only
yeah.
thing that I've noticed is a fancy schmancy loading screen before the loading screen,
Yep, exactly.
um, which has Drake on it, but whatever.
So basically, we're fine, but if you're a Linux player, get fucked.
If that's the thing, like, I don't know if they figured that out or not. I
I don't
apologize
know
to
if they
those
have
who, yeah.
because I'm not really up on it, but the last I heard there was definitely a like a subset of the player base that was basically like, and we're screwed, we can't play anymore.
I think people who use Reshade also.
Mm.
Oh yeah, you know what else is highlight of the year for me? I just remembered. We got 2 wallpapers for Luminalia
Oh my god.
and a badge for Spectrum.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'm not gonna be a dick. I'm actually surprised because Jared was saying that they're going to give like some really cool gifts, and we didn't talk about this. Fuck, we should have talked about this. Um, and we got skins for Aurora, Mustang, and Caterpillar.
I
Um,
actually do like that caterpillar skin.
it looks good. Yeah, I like the
Yeah.
Mustang one as well. It's like
Yeah, me
bright,
too.
but
Yeah.
yeah. And and we got 2 big ass teases where you had like Valkyrie and Gata Kralin,
Oh
which
yeah.
ended up
Yeah.
being redeemed as
Wallpapers.
wallpapers, which I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? And I mean, don't get me wrong, the Raylan one is not bad looking, but this community makes better wallpapers than UCAG. Just let it go, man. Like, no.
Yeah.
Um, however, this is something I wanted to talk about. Now we're gonna like kind of jumble it because time, but there is a sneak peek, if I'm not wrong, in one of our gifts.
Yes. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what do you think is it?
I I'm just
Listen,
I don't
listen,
know. I'm
listen.
probably going way Imagine with this, but I
Segway.
hope it's the Ranger.
Woo! I mean, it is like a bike, whatever handle. I thought like Gravlev Segway.
Oh, okay, that would be fun too. Or like a little like just like a little scooter that you could like scoot around like expo halls and
Yeah,
stuff like that
exactly,
with.
exactly.
Okay, that would be fun. That would be
It's
fun
probably
too.
not, but like, so what do you
Yeah.
think? What do you
Well,
think happens? Is everyone getting it, or what? Did we just get a?
I don't know.
Because I would be like, of course we're getting it, but we're getting wallpapers, man. So maybe we're just getting a fucking sneak peek that we redeemed and now have in our inventory.
I don't know. Yeah, I
I don't
literally
know.
have no idea. Like I like I said, I acknowledge that my ranger comment is like way out there and it's probably not that, but but it would be cool though.
So we do expect one more thing though. It's yeah, either that Gravlev that Jared is constantly censoring himself and it's kind of annoying to me, but whatever. Or or another ship. Like I don't really know. There's something else to come before the end of the year. I don't know where they're going to plug it when if they're going for a vacation, but whatever. I was kind of thinking like if they're gonna push the Gravlev now, it's gonna be X1, but it's not. It's confirmed. I think that it's
Yeah,
not,
they said it's definitely not the X1.
which is
Yeah.
kind of crazy. You have 400i and you're working on Gravlev, and this thing has been in production for like 10,000 years, and why not make it? And it's totally not biased opinion because
I
I'm flying 400i.
I think probably if I had to guess, I would say because there's so much expectation around the X1 now that they want to actually like knock it out of the park would be my guess. Because it's
Sure.
supposed to be the super fancy Origin race bike,
It's going to be the
like
same as, and it's never going to be as fancy as Nox cool is. It's
Nox is
fucking
pretty sweet. Yeah.
fucking awesome. Yeah, what happened with that Misk refinery ship? Are we getting that or not? Who knows?
All we know is that the Starfarer is going to be a refinery ship and
I
now it's,
Well, yeah, I said that I think
and
that's
it's
going to
also
be
missed.
revealed. Like that's gonna be a Starfare, but then they said it's smaller or whatever. I don't know. Okay, that's gonna be our topic. You don't have anything to add, right?
No. Like I said at the get-go, I was like I had a hard time kind of racking my brain for stuff to even talk
But there
about,
were
so
some, there definitely, and we agree.
there
I
were,
think there
yeah,
were some
and
really
that's what I
good
was saying,
things. Yeah.
like when you'd say them, it'd be like, "Oh, yeah, okay, no, that was cool,"
Yeah.
but yeah.
Okay, so now this is our regular imagination station, but this one is expectations for 2022. So whoever is listening to this, keep in mind it's an imagination station, so we can talk whatever the fuck we want. Okay, if I want fishing in 2022, I'm gonna say fishing. What's your take?
On,
I
like, expectations for
Yeah,
2022
they
or
don't have to be realistic at all, but they can be. Just make sure you explain it if they are or not. You know what I mean? Here's one: rework of starter ships, so that I don't have to feel like shit when I recommend Star Citizen to someone.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, because those starter ships, let's be honest, they're not fucking starter ships. We've harped on about this a million
Such a bad
times right
experience.
now. Like,
Either
yeah.
that or just give everyone a loaner.
Well, on the plus side, if they do physicalize cargo, then technically the cargo bay on the Mustang and the Aurora, like the box on the back, should work in theory.
That's rework
So
for starter ships that falls into it. Because I
yeah,
don't
that
mind
might
flying
actually.
Aurora. I don't mind flying it at all. I love it.
I like the Mustang. I'm not
I
gonna lie.
like
I really,
Mustang.
yeah,
I like Mustang Beta. I have it again on my account. I
I like the
love
Delta,
Mustang
man.
Beta. Well, sure.
I've got a lot of
It's the
nostalgia around the
interior,
Delta. Mm.
Um, but
Um,
but yeah,
expectations. Ah, what would I love to see?
you want me to tell
Well, the
you?
main thing, like, and this is like not even imagine so much as I already kind of talked about it in the highlights. Like, I would really love to see gameplay come in that links up with other gameplay more, so that I start feeling like I can actually play, in the verse and not have things feel so disconnected from each other. Like it's kind of hard to explain, but I'll use Valheim as an example. Like Valheim doesn't have a super complex inventory system, but what is there, tends to kind of talk to a lot of different areas, like picking up this kind of
What?
allows you to craft this, which allows you to do
Uh
this in
huh.
the game, and it's like one aspect of the game leads to another aspect of the game leads to
Yep.
another aspect of the game. You know what I mean? Um,
But would you take this the baby steps, like what you were suggesting
this is a
for?
navigation station. I don't have to take baby steps.
Yeah, but still, like, because this is something that might happen with even this year with the, I don't know, but with Jump Town. If you can do Jump Town mission at the same time, buy drugs, and then you can do like these two things at the same time. Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
You
not
know, there's that
really
one
what I was.
mission that with the drugs one where you like take the raw materials and then you go and then refine it in the lab and then pack it up and then go and see. You know, there's a mission like that.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Something like
That
that,
that
maybe.
is that is that's kind of closer to what I'm thinking of,
Yeah.
right? Where it's um
Or if the refinery ship actually
like
exists and then,
multi-step missions, but like that don't feel like they're just basically a waste of time. It's not go pick up three different boxes. It's like, like you said, like pick up this box, bring it to this lab, run it through this machine,
yeah.
then take the products of this and go do something else with it, like
Fair, fair.
um those sorts of things. Like that's what hooks me into games, right? It's when everything kind of clicks together like that. And I would love for that to happen
I,
more in 2022.
I would like, currently the reputation for delivery missions goes only to second level, and then when you fill it up, it stops. I would like the third level to bring back one-stop interplanetary missions because I think they're great.
Yeah. Or at least just like we said last, like even just having them there, regardless of reputation level. So you have the
I don't mind
option,
if they're like
you
behind your
know?
back. If I am working towards that, I'm okay.
Yeah.
And then
Um,
the next step, cargo delivery with without
yeah,
buying
actual
cargo.
cargo.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty realistic. Like if they do actually put in the
Wait, they said
cargo
we're
refactor.
gonna be able to move around like passengers as well, so that will
Yeah,
probably play
that's
into that if
yeah,
it ever
like
happens.
luxury transport.
Yeah.
That was actually something they talked about in the that SCL about the gold standard rework for the 600i. Was that the
Yep.
luxury touring version was going to be much more focused around luxury passenger kind of delivery.
I think these
What?
passengers will be like, we talked about this. I think you're
Oh, they're
gonna
going to be
go.
super derpy.
No, I don't think they're gonna even exist. Like you're gonna be like, okay, load one, like cargo, like seven
No, because the whole
passengers.
point of these missions would be to
Yeah, yeah.
test the tech that they're going
I
for, where
can't wait. I'm gonna open the
the
door and watch
NPCs
them
can
walk out, man, above Microtech or something.
or them or
Strap
they'll
them
just try
into
walking up the
cutlass
ramp
steel.
and just like face plant. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. It'll be hilarious. Um, on the reputation thing though, here's something. And again, I don't think it'll happen, but I'd like to see items and ships go behind reputation gates.
Oh yes. Yes, with brands, like you do certain missions with
Yeah.
certain
Yeah.
ships, and then you can buy next level misc ship. Oh my god, yes, please.
Even if it's not necessarily for the brand specifically, just for
Sure.
like different organizations, right? So like,
Yeah.
like you get a certain reputation with the Cargo Haulers Guild and it unlocks this and this cargo ship
Caterpillar. Yeah.
when you get to this level, right? And for components too, I really want to see that, so that like you're not just working for the next ship, but you're working through the reputation levels so that you can buy the next components to make your ship better. You know what I mean?
Okay, can
Like,
I add to that one?
sure.
Actual numbers for components in game.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Is that too
So you
much
don't
to
have to go to
ask?
fucking Urkel
Fucking hell,
to
dude.
like check the stats on components. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So that you know when you're leveling up that reputation, like what you're getting after.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
100%.
you ready for the Jinx one?
Okay. Is it
Um,
server meshing?
wait, we're gonna get to that. That's the end of the year in the last quarter. So by your words, for server meshing is already 2023. at
Oh, did they?
least.
I thought they said Q3
Oh, is
2022.
it Q3? I thought it's Q4, but maybe it's
If
Q3.
it's gonna land anywhere, it'd be Q3 because that
Yeah.
typically is their
Oh
like
yeah,
their big patch
because
of the
yeah.
year.
Um, salvage, salvage gameplay, and like tier zero, tier one, whatever comes to the game.
Yeah, I think that's just. I think that.
It's a meme, but
I know it's a meme and I know it's been kicked down the road, but like I legitimately do think that they're pretty much there probably. Um what I would like to see is more fleshed out repair gameplay. I don't honestly, I don't care about salvage as much as I care about repair.
I'm the other way around. But sure.
Yeah. Like I would love to see component durability in 2022 actually mean something and like being able to repair your components by yourself if you wanted to. I know that's totally imagined because I know that's not going to happen, but you know,
Yeah.
yeah,
Do you want to see any ships? You probably want to see Bano merchantman.
BMM, but I don't think that'll happen.
Hey,
Um,
we're imagining, so
yeah, it is in like, well, it's in concept right now. No, gray
no
box, no white box.
white box.
Yeah. Hmm.
But I don't know. That's a huge
Yeah. Okay, I'm
jump.
gonna go like big imagine now, and I'm gonna say the BMM,
Polaris.
but also the Polaris.
Ah, I knew it.
Yeah.
The Rev is
Even
like now, like yeah.
even though there's like nothing to do with the Polaris in game right now. Besides the fact that you could probably trash an Idris pretty quick with a Polaris.
Well, you could also have the entire server on board.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know what the crew cap for that is now. I
There's no.
think
You
it's
can have 50 people in a Cutlass black
oh, sure,
black.
sure. What do you
So,
mean
but
like actual
well,
Oh,
yeah,
oh, okay, here's a good one. Um
server cap.
more like actual functioning god, what are they called? Fuck.
PDC.
Operator modes.
Oh, okay. Well, I
So
guess
like
that
so
could be
like
part of it.
So like the ability like for people on a multi-crew ship to actually have different operator modes that they could actually do something
Hmm.
useful in, you know what I mean? Instead of just like the guys flying, you're in turret guns, that's all there is.
What about server size? 500
Well, I
people per
mean,
server.
that'll never happen.
What you
Next
mean it
year,
will never happen?
not next year.
Okay,
I know it's imagined. I know it's
Nyx.
imagined, but that you know what, like I could see that one, like they could because they've said they're working on it, right? So like I could absolutely see them be like server meshing, Pyronix.
Yeah, I think they're gonna come together. I would
Didn't
like
they
to
pretty much
see.
say that they're not going to do that though?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Um, I would
Wait,
like
but
to see
no.
the
You know what?
what?
They they showed a sneak peek of the Levski Hospital, and that's in Nyx,
Did they? Yeah, that's in Nyx.
maybe. At first I was
Um,
going to say I don't think they would do Pyro and Nyx at the same time,
it
but
would make sense that they do
maybe.
because Nyx is well, there's planets, but I mean, there's only one. There's only Delamar, and we have it already. So I mean, they have to
Yeah,
rework that heavily. But I miss that place.
I do too. I love that place.
I had something on my mind, and now it slipped. It was a good
Uh,
one. Oh yeah. um. Um. Okay, so I'll put these two together: Iron Halo gates and wormholes.
oh, the gates, especially like just
Yeah,
like a full redo of like the air and Halo would be
yeah,
sick.
I would like that.
Just more like oh, okay, here's another good one. Um uh deep space scanning. It's like probing and
Oh,
scanning. So like
okay.
so you're not
That's
even
like
limited to just Stanton anymore. Like you could potentially be picking up stuff like way beyond the orbit of microtech. Something that would actually make you
Okay.
want to dust off a Carrack and like, something
You
with
mean
massive fuel
you mean
tanks to get out
Odyssey
there.
because you can go further? Okay, okay.
That's not gonna be out
So
next
what are
year.
we
Let's
looking for in deep space? Like, bro, I brought back my pledge for 2950 Avenger Titan, and on the bed in the Avenger there was little plush bear sitting, and two, I think they're called like Twizzlers, whatever, like the flat sweet whatever yum
okay.
yum thing. I don't know if
Could
we
be
don't.
Twizzlers.
Okay, we don't have it here, so I am trying to remember the name from the States or whatever. And it was like lying on my bed, and it was interactable. I could like take all of that.
Hmm. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's like in a Redeemer, you have all the stuff, but yeah.
Oh, so that's your like 20, that's your what you're thinking, like just more interactable stuff? Or you mean like that's what you'd find way out?
Well, that just so listen. This actually happened to me today. Like I found these things on board. But what I'm saying is, like, what would you find in a deep
Oh,
space?
yeah, 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 yeah.
Like scan and find Pico,
No,
space
they've
whales, and
they've
and
already
and
they've
anim-
already
and
said,
fauna.
oh, fauna, that's a good one. Yeah.
How did we not think about
That
this earlier, man?
that one I could see too because they've definitely been like talking about how
Gideon.
much they're working on the planetary nav mesh, you know.
Um, we want all this next year. By the way, just saying.
Yeah.
Here's
Yeah.
another one. NPCs flying ships, like
Oh,
civilian
yeah,
ships.
yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
god, I want that so badly.
Honestly, like, yeah, like that goes such a long way to making the game feel like it's actually alive. Like the odd time that I fly into like Tressler or something like that, and there's like 4 or 5 other ships like
Yeah,
buzzing
yeah.
around. Like
Which is
it's just
these
like,
the ones in that there's like the freighters that go around Orison. It just makes it more alive, even though they're like super slow and whatever. But it just makes it more alive. The huge ones.
yeah.
I like the Revs one, an actual kraken that eats your ship. I think we can
Oh, we're
put that
allowed
in.
to steal from chat?
Well, I mean, it's the end basically, and I think
Yeah.
if there's a good idea, we can use it.
Well,
Um,
okay, then there you go, chat. You're weapons free.
yeah,
Fire out your 2022 imagination stations
and YouTube
expectations.
comments as well, like the craziest shit you want. If someone actually manages to hit something insane, if you find like, okay, we should do like. I'm not a huge fan of giveaways in general, but like we could do like a starter pack for someone who comes up with the craziest fucking idea and guesses it for the next year. Like,
Oh, and
holy
it
shit.
actually comes
Yeah,
true?
yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's a good contest,
But
actually,
we
that
would
is a good
we would have to
contest.
like figure out like maybe if people post crazy shit and then we make a list of those that we think are very, very crazy. And if some of them guess, I don't know, either starter ship or like maybe, whatever, a gift card of the
Okay,
same.
okay, okay, okay,
And
okay, so
Lalafels? Oh my god, someone's been playing a lot of Final Fantasy. In space? Are you serious?
let's do so let's, like, figure out some details, and maybe we'll, like,
Well,
do, like,
we can
at
do
a
that next
beginning of the
episode.
year.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. We
yeah.
can we can. I'm totally down for that. Uh
Um, I don't know what Lalafels are, but I don't
so
play
Lalafels are
Final
this, like,
Fantasy.
hobbits or maybe like gnomes in World of Warcraft.
Oh, yeah, okay.
This is like the super short. They're like kids basically, but they're not in Final Fantasy 14, or I guess other Final Fantasy games.
Oh,
I don't
man.
know.
If we're talking about, like, creatures and stuff like that, and if they are actually working on, like, zero G traversal and, planetary nav meshes and stuff like that, it would be cool to see them put, like, scary fauna in, derelict spaceships. You wanna talk about, like, what you're gonna find way out in
No,
deep space?
no, no,
Yes.
no,
Yes.
no,
Yes. Yes.
no. I played DBD yesterday with a friend for like an hour and a half, and I'm still stressed. I am not a fan of horror games. Fucking
Uh,
sure, put in like 2 moons and tell me which moons they're at, and I'm never fucking going there. And no sharks. Okay, thank you.
This isn't even, like, super imagined, I guess, but, like, I would just love to see them, like, what I was talking about with the, operator modes, improved operator modes, I would love for them to, like, spend more time on scanning, like, keep working on scanning and, like, getting that
Oh,
fleshed out, like,
that's one that
obviously
we did
it's
not talk about. In
oh,
I
yeah, of,
I
like,
think
stuff that
scan and
happened this
ping
year.
looks fucking cool.
Yeah, it's
The
way better
the
now.
UI in the ships in
Though
general.
I will say something with the mining scanning is seriously fucked up right now.
Sure, but like
It's
visually,
just a
it's impressive, kind of.
yeah, yeah. It's just a pain in the ass, like, I don't know if have you tried mining this patch?
Yeah.
Have you noticed that, like, the quote, unquote, "hit boxes" for the different chunks of rock are all messed up?
No, it worked for me, but I didn't
It's
do a
just
lot.
it's really hard, like, you can have your crosshairs directly over a chunk of rock, and it won't pick it up until you, like, move some magical way,
Oh, I
and then
thought these
it'll
are like
finally
bugged, man. Like I would just there was a lot of them in Iron Halo that I just passed by because I thought they're bugged
Yeah, I
because
guess
it
this is
wouldn't
something
read.
similar, but it's like when you're trying to scan a rock, it takes forever just to, like, find
Eh,
the sweet spot where it picks up that you're looking at a rock.
I wonder if that's like time. I've been in, like, I told you, I've been in prison and there's so many things to mine. I
Hmm.
got out and like I took
Did
that
you f
one
oh, so it was
quest.
actually working? Because I heard that the
Yeah,
bug where it still wasn't like, you still couldn't
everything worked.
hand in minerals was around.
And you know what else? Picking up minerals had no delay, so it was like store, store, store. It was actually a surprising experience. So I got the mission immediately to go and repair one of those O2 whatever thing is. And on the way, I was just mining whatever I found, and I came back. I had like 30,000 extra merits or whatever after I paid
Oh,
for it.
shit. Wow.
Yeah, there was a lot,
Well, that's cool.
and everything just worked. So I don't know. And when I did the O2 mission, I got the next one again. But then yesterday, I talked to someone on stream. I don't remember.
I have a good one. I have a good
Listening.
one for next year. I would like to see more prison gameplay, like actual prison gameplay, like they talked about with like criminal reputations that you have to get in, from people in prison, and just making it so it's less of a punishment and actually more of like part of the criminal gameplay.
Here's a better one. A meteor falls on Clasher and stays there for a year until
Just getting
we.
rid of prison.
Yeah, I mean, no one really wants to deal with that shit right now. I think
Yeah, but like the reason is because it's a buggy, boring piece of shit. So,
it's hard
like
to
I
make
think
it
that's
less buggy because you're fucking. It's still server population is so small that you know you have a couple of
yeah.
NPCs there sitting, and then it's you running through the.
Yeah, but
If
that's
they
not
could
really
here's the thing: if they could install fucking gravity something normalizers inside of those so that I can actually walk normal. I hate that. This is one of the reasons why I'm so frustrated with Glacier because it's so dangerous to just like run around. God forbid, press space.
Uh, I'm more talking about the fact that like literally last patch, people were still having issues where they couldn't hand in their minables.
Well, okay,
You
sure,
know?
but like these things need to be fixed. That's it. But I mean,
Yeah,
it works for me. But yeah,
what is like that's the thing. Like there's mining and the O2 repair missions, and that's it. Like and
I
they've
came
said
out of
from the
prison
start.
once in a different way. I found a shank and I waited for someone to give in, and I stabbed them, and then and I took their shit. But the other time I tried, I stabbed someone there while they were like handing in, and I tried to take their shit, and it said add to a friend list. I don't think they wanted to be my friend after that. That one was on stream as well. I was like, I can try. This was before like healing and everything. It was
Oh,
like, ah.
that's funny. That that's funny.
So there is another
Um,
gameplay. I still haven't found
no,
the boxing ring there as well. I don't know if that does anything.
Uh, I don't know if it does anything. I know where it is, or at
That'd
least I
be
used to, unless they moved
cool
it.
if they place Clasher somewhere or place one of the planetary stations somewhere near Flasher, so that when you get the Nursa rover, if you escape, you can drive there and actually spawn a smaller ship because you can.
Mm.
I think you can spawn anything without jump drive, but then I don't know. You can try flying to fucking
I guess like
Lorville.
I'll just broaden it to like, I would like to see genuinely improved criminal gameplay, you know?
Sure.
Like there are missions and stuff out there, sure, that's fine, but like there's still not really a lot. Like you're definitely nerfing yourself if you're gonna go and try to be a criminal. And
I'm
and there's no way to do it smart. It's like any way you do a criminal mission these days, it's like you're basically lighting yourself up with a beacon for a bounty hunter to come get you. You know what I mean? Like I would love to do more criminal gameplay, but to me it just seems like it's not worth the hassle right now, you know?
I would like 2020 to not to add any missions in the game. I know it sounds
No
harsh,
missions, eh?
but all the missions that we have in game, you play them once and you're usually scared to like the specific missions like 890 jump, like
Oh,
is
yeah,
for
yeah.
example,
Price of
basically
freedom and
escape from prison, price of
yeah,
freedom. It's enough. Um from like a gameplay perspective, because if the servers were stable, if the gameplay was working that we have in now, people would not even try doing these things. Most likely they do it once. Like Gando is super epic, right? But like most of them are just like, okay, do you really want to go and do 890 jump, or like another, do we really need more of these things as a player base right now? I don't know how to explain this. I don't want to like backseat, but I personally don't feel like that's the content that
maybe.
what are we
Like, at
testing
the
there
same
even?
time, I would really like more variety, or at least
I
more
listen,
modularity in the
I want
missions
I
so that
want all
they,
of
like
this when they
so
release
that
the
they weren't
game. You
so
know what I mean? Like
monotonous.
absolutely, I want more of these missions. But right now, they're all death traps. Mostly, they're not very
Yeah.
lucrative. They are
Well, there you go. You just want missions to
inaccessible.
work in 2022.
But the problem is if missions are working properly, then everything else does. And then I would rather have. I think you said it as well today. More of a sandbox experience that we can actually enjoy.
Yeah,
For
that's
now.
kind of what I was trying to get at with, like, the different aspects of games that plug into each other and connect to each other. That's part of that sandbox gameplay for sure,
Mhm.
you know? Micker said this in chat, navigating, and I know that's not necessarily what he was referring to, but oh my god, please give me a new star map
And GPS.
in 2022. I'll take the star map. We'll just like,
Yeah, but GPS in the cities is part of like new player experience. Like, why
right,
are we
like a
not having
right,
fucking GPS? Come on, give me a
FPS
break.
map. Yeah, 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 for sure.
Same like
But
in
like
in
star map, like honestly, the star map frustrates me way the fuck more than not having a
dude.
map in a city does.
That's maybe one of the biggest changes that we had in 2021. Actually, that we just forgot about. Star map works, man. Like,
No, it doesn't.
yes, it does.
Dude, I
What do you
still
mean?
have so many navigation issues where it
No,
won't
you just
plot a
don't know
route
what's
until I
changed. No, no. Star map works 100% properly now and for a while. The problem is, and I finally this finally clicked in my head. The problem is, if you are like on the planetary surface or moon surface, you cannot jump from point A to point B anymore. You have to go out to OM. Dude, I sure. What kind of problem do you have with the star map?
The problem is that, like, randomly, I'll be out in the middle of deep space and I will say, I would like to go to Port Olisar now or something. Plot jump, nothing.
You can't. That's what I'm telling you.
Cancel
Like,
route, plot jump, nothing. It only works if I manually jump somewhere first. And I'm nowhere near a planet here.
you are now. Port Olisar is part of
I'm using it
Orison.
as an example.
But this is not an example. This is literally what happened to you. Because this is
I've
now a
been out
thing
at
with
like
Olisar.
a one of the L points and been trying to plot a jump and it like won't until I manually jumped somewhere else and then I was able to plot a jump again. The
I
f
think
the star map is still super frustrating when it's not working.
whatever. I'm not gonna step on your toe. That's all I'm gonna say.
So you have to jump to an OM if you're on a planet, but that's also not true because I've been able to chart jump routes from 2,000 meters altitude from a moon, and then
When
sometimes
was
not.
the last time you did it?
Today, I was literally mining, and
Okay.
I was 2,000 meters off of Lyria, and I was able to chart a jump to the Arc L1.
Yes, but you can't jump on that planet. Like, so that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're on Lyria, you cannot jump to anything else on Lyria until you get to DOM or like outside of its um, atmosphere.
I'm gonna have to. I would like to try
100%.
that
I've
because
been testing this.
I've done that before, but I'll have to test that. But that's not what I'm talking about because I don't plot jumps to different areas on planets usually. What I'm talking about is when I'm planning plotting a jump from X to Y, and for reasons it won't plot the jump until I jump somewhere else manually first, and then I can plot a jump.
The way they did it now, if I'm not wrong, is you have to jump to, like, you can't use OMs anymore um, unless you are there, like connected to that planet. So
Like plotting, you mean like plotting a jump to an OM?
yeah, so it's not like
Yes.
if you're plotting from planet from moon to certain planet further away, it's not going to use any OMs to help you get there. So if it's blocked, you have to like manually jump to somewhere else, then to that
Yeah.
planet, and then to OM, and then wherever the
If
fuck
it
you
was
want.
only in the situations that you're referring to, I'd say yeah, but the problem is I've yeah, like I've had multiple situations where I'm not trying to navigate to anywhere on a planet, and it's literally to like a station, and it will not plot the jump, and it is so frustrating. Star maps on the roadmap anyways, or on the progress tracker.
I just want to
Give me a
say,
new one.
compared to what it used to be last year, where you like had to like do voodoo magic to even select something, now
Yeah.
it's so much better.
Easier, but it's still a pain in the ass. I still
Well,
find there's
I
sometimes where I
I
have to, like,
am.
rotate stuff around so that I can
I
just
mean,
click on it so
sure,
it
I
doesn't
want
pop.
it better, but like I am happy with the progress there. Also, they added shadow on so much text. There's still some things that don't have it, but like, on your UI, it's kind of visible now. I couldn't see
Oh,
shit
here's a
before.
good imagination station, would be, modifiable UI
Yeah, I think they talked about it.
for 2022.
At least
Yeah, I
colors,
don't know if
right?
it'll come in
Yeah,
2022 though.
well, true. Um. Oh yeah, here's the most annoying thing. Okay, for how are you contacting ATC?
Oh god, depends on the ship because, like, being
No
able to click
ship works
on
for
the
me.
MFDs.
No, like no MFDs work for me anymore on any fucking ship that I have, and I
Huh,
have like 10. So
huh,
MFDs are gone for me. Like they work, but power power off and shit like that is popping, and I can't. Even
yep.
if I middle click to
There's
zoom in on the
Yes,
MFD, it
yeah,
still activates whatever
that's
buttons are there.
super frustrating.
Fuck, dude.
Um, there's the prospector I can because there are certain MFDs that are far enough away from
Super
any
far. Hmm.
switches, and same thing with the C2. With the C2, there's two MFDs like off to the left hand side, and they're like far enough away from any
Okay,
switches that
yeah.
you can actually use them. But yeah, no, like that one is a known bug though, so I don't imagine that's going to be around for too much
But that
longer.
bug, yeah, that bug came with like 316. Oh, sorry, 315 or
315.
315.1 even.
I think it was 315.1, yeah.
Because I've
They
been using it for a year. I always, if I'm streaming, I have my voice attack. But if I don't have voice attack, I always use the MFD. I never go to like fucking,
Yeah,
yeah, Mobiglass, whatever.
I
Okay,
I hate having to go through the Mobi-Glass.
can't stand it. Do you have anything to add, or should we call this 4 hour long journey?
I think that's probably good. I don't think I think we've imagined the crap out of this, but yeah, like we said, if you're listening to this on YouTube or whatever, feel free to throw your expectations for 2022 in there. Uh, and being that it's Imagination Station, like, go nuts.
Or tell us what was your favorite thing in 2021, and then obviously, please do tell us how we ranted for 4 hours. Because I mean,
Whatever. He
yeah.
was right.
Well, yeah, but like, sure.
We got a comment in our last YouTube video where someone just like said 4 hours of rant,
just,
and I was
just
like,
like,
that's about right.
you know what I don't understand? Like, did you really spend 4 hours listening to us rant, and then you wrote down 4 hours of rant?
Probably not. He probably listened to me
Like
going
20
off about the
minutes?
raft, saw how long it was, and then made that
Yeah,
comment and left.
yeah. Whatever. But yeah, I want to thank everyone for this year. It's been amazing, and the growth on YouTube was very, very interesting to follow. We kind of we're doing it for funsies, not really chasing anything or trying to monetize or anything like that. It's really, it's one of those bright things in a very grim year for me. um and I'm really happy that we are still doing it. There was a rough patch where we made like a pause and changed the, I don't know, the scheduling kind of, and that's going to suffer a little bit more for sure, because I'm going through potentially relocation soon. But uh I already made some kind of plans to how to continue to, because production goes through my side most of the times, all of the time. So I'm gonna have to be able to like have mobile setup to produce the whole thing. But man, this, I just want to thank everyone. It like at the end of the year that this podcast helps me personally so much with all the struggles that I go through. It's kind of hard to explain, it might make no sense. And the numbers that we see and the comments and everything, it actually means, that you get like, and people who come to live streams as well, it just it just means a lot, man. I don't know how you feel about it, but well,
I hate
it's very,
everybody
very important for me.
and everything.
Oh yeah,
And
this is where we disagree, and it's why it's so healthy to have
no,
two sides.
yeah,
Shut up, now you gotta
no.
stick with it.
Uh, well, that wasn't very healthy at all, though. No, no. Like Jake said, this is just something that we do for fun. And yeah, we had definitely, like, you can chart through the year, like, us kind of like running into little bits of burnout with the project in general and stuff. But I think now that we've kind of been able to kind of like just reassess and not, like, be able to take the breaks we need to, so that we can kind of like come to a podcast time and still have like a good and constructive conversation about the game and the project as it develops and stuff like that. I think that's, yeah, like, overall it's been a really fun journey, to be honest. Like,
Mm.
I've never done anything like this before, this regularly, and it's been hard, but also, really fun and rewarding. So yeah. And like Jake said, I mean, like, everybody showing up for the like, showing up here live on Twitch, and like, and the conversations that we have kind of in the comment sections in YouTube and stuff like that, has been really fun. Actually, I never really expected that. I never really expected anybody to be interested in 4 hours of rant
Yeah, and
on Star Citizen.
well, that's a scary thing when you start a new, right? When we start a new, basically, podcast or whatever kind of media from scratch, there, from nothing. Literally, we started from nothing, and neither of us are known on YouTube by any means.
Yeah.
So just this non um non-inflated, like, regular growth that we got just from, like, tagging things on the video and just like sharing here and there, and people actually coming back and numbers actually growing is very, very heartwarming. And
Yeah.
I don't want to thank people for that necessarily, because I hope that we are giving something that you guys are enjoying. um but but it it feels good to see that there are people who are as you said, Maso, are willing to spend time with us. Obviously, there were some who were not very happy with our, to remind everyone, free content that no one
Oh
has
yeah,
to
right.
listen to. And I say this a lot on my streams when I get like really silly comments.
That's the
Listen,
internet, though, man.
you can always come here before or after our podcast or in my streams and ask. And if you tell me what kind of content creator you want to listen to, we will both be more than happy to give you a couple of names, because believe it or not, we really love this game and we listen to a lot of content creators, me especially on Twitch, but also YouTube. Maso is more of a YouTube guy. If you think this is not your cup of tea but you're looking for something, we'll give you something. We'll give you the name that you might like. We're not like trying to fight here for numbers or whatever. You hear us mention a bunch of content creators as we go as well, and yeah, I 100% understand that it's not for everyone. It's a long format. We are a bit ranty. We do try to like state our mind like the way it is, without like. But sometimes we pack it into a tinfoil, but that's about it.
Oh, you haven't dusted off your tinfoil hat in
I
a long
it's
time.
here actually, but I'm not really using it. Yeah,
Still
but
need to
yeah.
make one. But
All right,
yeah, no, I guess we can
you wanna
wrap it up. But
you wanna wrap it? Yeah. I mean, if you have
yeah.
to add something, go for it. I don't mind. I
Ah,
just felt like saying nice things. I don't know.
no, that's cool. I'm glad you thought of it because I'm terrible at thinking about stuff like that. I just been like, bye.
What
But
do you
yeah,
mean?
no,
You end every episode. You're not just saying bye.
yeah.
You actually do pretty good.
But I never think about like I don't know. It's this is a thing with me. I'm like terrible with getting gifts and stuff like that. It's not like I hate people. It just doesn't occur to me. So like saying nice things at the end of a year's worth of podcasts, just not something that occurred to me. So I'm glad you did it. But
Yeah.
yeah. Anyways, if you are watching this on YouTube, thanks for sticking with us. And if you wouldn't mind throwing us a like and a subscribe if you want to see more of this. Our schedule is kind of all over the place right now, but like we aim to put one of these out at least once a month. Um, and yeah, for everybody who's been here on Twitch, thanks for hanging out. If you are watching us on YouTube and you do want to catch this on live with us on Twitch, it's my address here on screen, twitch.tv/massacast. We record these on Sundays usually, times kind of to be determined. Just follow me on Twitter. It's just Massacast. If you want kind of like updates on when we're going to do that. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Thank you so much for being here with us again, and we'll see you again soon.
Next year.
Yeah, next year for sure. Happy New Year and Christmas or whatever you're celebrating. Everything. Take care. Bye bye.
Bye.